Yes, we'll keep it like this. They had to connect one laptop there. Please check. You had breakfast? Oh, wait. Yellow, 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 yellow. ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ಬಂತಾ hello check hello ಸರಿ ಈಗ ಅದು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ
Good morning, all. I request everybody to kindly settle down. Seeking the blessings of the holiness of the Guru Sri Shivarat Deshikendra Swamiji, we shortly welcome you on the first day of the International Symposium SWASTHYAM 2020. Before moving on to further sessions, I want to begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being here today. Your presence is a true testament of your resilience and determination in the face of countless obstacles. Whether you're battling through long commuting or rearranging the schedule, your commitment to attending this event is truly commendable. Your presence speaks the importance you place on this occasion. Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege and honor to introduce our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Mahesh K.S. for the scientific session. Dr. Mahesh is a respiratory medicine specialist with over 25 years of experience and has been a groundbreaking published over 300 international journals. He has been leading for the Now, I request Dr. Mahesh to please guest speaker, Dr. Lady.
Thank you for the question. Now, welcome to all of you. The past that made you introduce the first speaker, individual. He is Assistant Vice Chancellor for Population Health Sciences at the University of Medicine. He's an expert in the area of pediatric asthma, maintaining continuous funding for the National Heart Lung Institute, the area of school-based asthma, 20 years. It was instrumental in working with collaborators to advocate the passage of digital and installing in schools in the state of Arizona. Currently, she is working with others. Administration of other states, implement stopping measures. He also has extensive experience in the ability to behavior and currently serves as PI at the American University of Chicago. Co-PI of the grant is implementing global effective interventions on module to improve the health disparities. He also served as PI or investigator on many evidence funded participated clinical trial networks, including the investigator for asthma, investigator for lung health studies, COPD clinical research network, precision interventions for severe exacerbation from the Developed has held several leadership positions in the ATS, duties serving on the board of directors, serving as chair of the Behavioral Science and Health Services, co-chair of the membership committee, co-chair of the research advocacy committee, and as member of the finance committee. The currently shows as a member of the health committee. Developed has served as a member of the clinical trials review standing study section of the National Heart Lung Institute, and also actively serves as the local and state level. Recent awards include the Center Ranking Award and Association for Outstanding Contributions to Public Health, Policy, and the Distinguished Service Alumni Award, the Department of Psychology, at the University of Alabama and Birmingham University. To recognize the audience with exemplary leadership, outstanding human qualities and contributions to the university and society, the ceremony is actively involved in teaching and mentoring relevant students, fellows, and the community.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We will welcome to the meeting and thank you all for having me. Thank you to the chamber and to the committee that I really appreciate your helpful introduction. I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about school-based interventions for children with asthma. So most of my work that I've been in the United States, I just started doing some involvement here in India, did a little bit of combination within the United States. But most of my work is domestic. I did have the opportunity to visit one of your local schools yesterday. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. I want to start and show you so I breathing, masturbation, and these episodes recur over time. asthma is potentially life-threatening. We have few deaths in the country each year in children in the United States, but it is potentially life-threatening if it's not well treated. There is no cure for it, but when appropriate treatment, all we need to do is manage the symptoms, reducing the use of medication or medication, which is albuterol, activities. This is really important in children and something that I want them to know because even when they should be able to play, they should be able to be active, and they should be able to go and do what they want to do if their asthma is well controlled. We also want to reduce the risk for children with asthma by preventing their asthma attacks with exacerbation and reducing the need for emergency department and hospitalization. So how is asthma treated? This is a slide. It's probably really difficult to see, but it comes from the Global Initiative for Asthma. This is the GINA guidelines for asthma. And so asthma is treated on a step-based process depending on how severe the asthma is. But one of the important things is that everyone with asthma needs a quick release medication. This is something that actually opens up the airway, gives somebody anesthetic symptoms, and provides fast-acting relief. And that's usually ideal. And then most children need a daily control medication for asthma. We're beginning to have some new treatments for rescue medication, but this slide really just shows the traditional treatment for asthma, which is daily steroids and then quick release medication or albuterol as needed for symptoms. Another thing to recognize the symptoms and reduce triggers such as or smoke, dust, dander, those types of things. And so these are some of the things that are very important to manage asthma in children. So why should we address asthma in school? Well, children spend a significant amount of time in school. And it doesn't matter if someone else spends time that they do from home. In the United States, and I'm not familiar with this here, so you can think about how to compare. Many of our children will go to away before school for pre-K. Then they'll be like work. Then they'll have their school day, which is generally about 3:30 to 8:30. And then many of them will stay after care while parents are working. So children spend a significant amount of time in school. And schools are really a supportive environment for children. Unfortunately, our schools in the U.S. are very underfunded, so they don't get a lot of money to implement health interventions, but they're very open to it because schools understand that in order for children to learn and meet their learning goals, they must be healthy. And particularly, they have to be able to breathe. So when a child can't breathe or they're not learning. So our schools do have some support for health interventions, not extensive support, but they do have support that's there so that they can give some medication. And the other thing that schools do is they really provide an opportunity to help children establish daily health habits. Where many of us that are on school lines, they may be a little bit more chaotic. Schools are very regulated, they're very controlled, they have schedules, and they can really help students learn to take daily medication out of the great schedule. And another reason to think about asthma in schools is that asthma exacerbation is female with the greatest number of incidents. And you can see that in this graph over here. So around week 38, you see that's what we call the United States in September epidemic for asthma exacerbation. So when children get huge spike in the number of hospitalizations or emergency visits for asthma. Children get together, they share all the germs, they share all the respiratory infections, and then kids are back. And then you also see we have some smaller increases right after the holidays. So students go home for holiday break, and then they come back in January and February, making share all the germs, and they get respiratory infections in the children with asthma and nothing. And you can see in this graph that the exacerbations are largest in the younger children, so ages 2 to 15. So just a little bit about the United States, what do they look like? We have two basic types of schools. We have public schools and private schools. So our public schools are federal government run. They need to abide by state and federal regulations. The teachers have to have state licensure, then students, students attend based on where they live. So, you know, if they live in a certain area, they can attend that local public school. The school is free, students do not pay tuition. And the schools have to adhere to the rules, curriculum, policy, and guidelines, which are usually declared in the state level. But we also have private referrals. And these schools, charge fees for students to attend. They're separated from our government, which means they don't have to perform national curriculum, which teachers do not have to be, certified by the state. It should be run by, for-profit businesses, non-profit practices, we're very common in the United States for run by religious denominations, which we would call churches. So I mentioned the school day in the United States is typically about 8 to 3:30. Our schools are divided into 3 different levels. We have elementary levels, which are kindergarten through 5th grade, which is about ages 5 to 10. We have general middle schools, which are 6 to 8 grades, ages 11 to 13, and then we have high school, 9 to 12 grades, with children about ages 14 to 18. And the average minimum school day, school year in the United States is 180 days per year. So again, students are spending a significant amount of time. Many of our schools have programs in the summer, so parents go overseas, so the schools, so children may be after school. So what does school health look like in the United States? It's not very good. We don't have health infrastructure. We have a National Association of School Nurses, talking a ratio of 1 nurse per 750 students. But we really don't see that in the United States. It's much lower than that. And less than 50% of our schools actually have a full-time nurse. So we don't have, you know, people in the school. And the problem is worse that our underfunded or most schools, either the nurse ratio is actually on. So a school nurse really cannot do that. So most of the time when we're talking about health intervention in schools, we're working with lay individuals. And this works. I would love to have a nurse in every school, but we can do this with lay individuals. We teach parents all the time to manage a child for asthma, and they can work with lay individuals at the school to help manage children diagnosed. So what happens in the United States is we do have a licensed nurse. If we're lucky enough to have one in the district, we can supervise in these schools. So they may have 10 schools spread out over a large geographic area. So it's very difficult for them to see all those children. So as I mentioned, we do have unlicensed personnel who are managing these school health offices. These are usually individuals who have a diploma or some type of equivalent to a high school diploma. And then we have basic CPR certification. Anything else that they need to learn about health, we need to teach them in order for them to serve those children. But the reality is, school is really the medical home for many children in the United States. Access to care is difficult, in particular when we're living in a diverse population. School is somewhere that children go. It's a trusted place, and it's somewhere that they can get health care and bring health care to the community. So just a little bit more specifically about thinking about access to schools is important. So in the United States, the average classroom is about 30 children, and since 10% of our children have asthma, about 3 kids in the classroom of 30 are going to have. So this is a major issue for teachers and individuals that are working in the school. It's the leading cause of hospitalization in children in the United States, and it's the leading cause of health-related school absences. The other thing about asthma is if a child can't breathe, obviously there's a lot of things that they can't participate in. They miss a lot of class, either in the school health office or having to go home because of their difficulty breathing, and it definitely leads to increased absenteeism. So other impacts of poor asthma control. It really is a child's asthma control is not well controlled. It impacts their academic poor asthma control means the child waking up at night with symptoms, so they have sleep loss, they may be tired, they have poor memory and recall, loss of concentration, and then they may have behavioral problems. So any of you that have children or that have brothers or sisters, nieces or nephews, know that a sleepy child is not really a child that you want to be around. They have a lot of behavioral issues, and they certainly are complaining. So when they're active and bothering at night, they're coughing and they're struggling to breathe, then they're not doing well. They also can't fully engage. As I mentioned, they can't participate in school activities, they miss class children with asthma. So this is actually what I've spent my career doing. For the last 25 years, I have with schools around the country in the United States, all different types of schools to implement different interventions for asthma, trying to take care to the school and see what we can do to help children with that. And so what I'm doing is trying to take the body of knowledge at 20 or 25 years. What have we found that schools can do that actually works? We've done a lot of schools. I'm going to what actually works. So I'm going to talk about four things. Providing education, reducing environmental exposure, and then about managing them. So identifying and monitoring children. So about 20 years ago, when I started in the career, one of the things we wanted to do in school was screen children. At the time we had, you may have to do a lot of vision and hearing, and do lots of screens to look for different issues in children in the United States. And so we thought, well, this is what we should do. We should screen for asthma as well to make sure that we're not missing children. So there was a body of studies, some of them are included, where we really found that screening was not very effective. And so the American Society of Other where it recommended against school-wide screening for asthma, and we don't recommend it. And the reason is that these children are actually truly undiagnosed. We hear that a lot in the United States, children are undiagnosed with asthma. But the issue is we in the United States don't always call it asthma. But it is AKA, like the child we have to clearly disease. So the children that are truly missing school and have gotten but their parents are aware of their symptoms, any of the things that we have their right. So when we were screening, you can see the data on the right-hand side, and what we were finding is the children that reported that they were previously diagnosed, when we wanted them to visit the CDC and the hospitalization, so the ones that were really having severe. The children that we were giving up with screening had very easy visits and hospitalization. So we're working up a little bit of the diagnosis and screening, but most of these children are already in medical care. So we really shifted our focus in the early 2000s from screening to identifying and monitoring. That sounds really simple. To know which children have they should do that, and parents should just let them know. I'm going to be science, and so we make sure that trying to change people's behavior. And I don't know why, but you know, but we do know that this is something that works. The other thing that is very important is schools can do is provide asthma education. Obviously, schools are a great place for education, but providing asthma education as well as in so in the United States, we have the American Lung Association, which is a national nonprofit organization, and they really have some great standardized education programs. And the three groups we're trying to reach in schools are the teachers and the school staff. We need to teach them about asthma, what it is, what triggers a child's asthma, and what to do with a child in a class that has asthma. We have school nurses and health assistants, or whoever is doing health assistants, but maybe in some type of unlicensed. And these individuals need to know a little bit more about what to do if a child has an asthma attack, because they're going to be the ones dealing with that. And then finally, what we can do is educate children with asthma, teaching them self-management skills for asthma. So asthma self-management is involved in diabetes, and it's very familiar with diabetes self-management. That individual needs to learn a lot about so that they can control their own symptoms and monitor themselves and take their medications as needed. So asthma management refers to the disease that an individual can do themselves, keep their own control, and have fewer symptoms and better quality of life. And so on this slide, you can see a lot of different things that we teach in asthma management. Understanding asthma from the hormones and basic biology and anatomy, knowing your personal symptoms of asthma and how to track them. Tracking your symptoms is important for medication use. Improving communication skills with healthcare providers. So we work with learning about their medications and how to take them correctly. If you look at sleep inhalers, they're complicated chemicals, there's all sorts of types of them. And so we really need to spend time educating people on how to use them, how to make changes in their lives for different asthma problems, whether it's having somebody who smoke outside the house so it doesn't trigger a child's asthma, whether it's not having somebody pets in the child's bedroom so that this doesn't trigger their asthma. So there's lots of things that children and their families can do. Following good health habits, managing stress, exercising is also important for asthma. And then knowing what to do when you have symptoms and following through with your asthma patients, personalized to you about what to do, which medications to take when you have symptoms. So there was a recent 2019 that included about 55 studies looking at asthma self-management. These studies were mostly in the disadvantaged population. And what they found is that school-based self-management interventions can reduce the frequency of asthma symptoms and exacerbations requiring hospitalization and emergency care among children, which is fantastic. This is exactly what we want to be able to do. They may have small effects on improving health-related quality of life, but this has not been evidence-based yet. But they really have very limited to no effects on school absences, symptoms, and use of medication. And it's a little bit unclear as to why, but I'll talk about that in just a minute on the next slide. There's also a qualitative comparative analysis in this review, and they indicated that the importance of these programs need to be theory-driven, having parents involved, and then that the children were happy and enjoying the program. So one of the reasons that schools may not impact some of the items that we're looking at is there's variability in the implementation and the program content. So obviously program content is very important. Some of the advantages is that you can reach large numbers of children because all children go to school every day, but retention can be difficult. Also, since the schools have so many other objectives, can also be difficult. So from my perspective, with the part of managing asthma for children, but it's probably not sufficient to improve it. So think about if you're teaching a child how to take their medication, their symptoms, but they don't have access to health care, so they can't get the medication that they need or they need to go on. There's only so much that education can do. So education is critical, but it's probably not sufficient in order to help children with that. So reducing environmental exposures is another important component that schools can be involved in. This can be very expensive for schools to do, because one of the things that we're asking schools to do is address inequality and informed and expected care. So we have our school buildings are old, they get issues with mold and mildew, dust and dirt. These things can impact a child's development. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has a great program called Tools for Schools, which helps schools look at their classrooms and their school environment and understand how to control different issues. The main reason this is difficult for schools is because some of the remediations needed are very expensive. So managing symptoms at school. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this because this is really where the bulk of my research has been. And let's start by talking about supervising asthma medications at school. So as I mentioned, inhaled steroid therapy or daily controller medication is really a critical part of asthma management. It reduces pediatric asthma morbidity rates, decreases hospitalizations and emergency rates by as much as 50%. However, as I mentioned, I'm a behavioral scientist, and one of the issues is getting people to take these medications. So adherence rates for asthma medication range anywhere from 18 to 65%, with most reports indicating that less than 50% adherence to a daily controlling medication. And so what happens is when people are feeling good, they stop taking their medications. But these medications work on the inflammation within the lung. And so you can't feel the inflammation as it is starting, but once it gets bad enough, then you're going to have asthma exacerbations. So this has been one of the main issues with getting people to take their medication when they're feeling good. Medication adherence in the U.S. is lowest among children in non-white or low-income families. But we have known, and this actually started with tuberculosis. You know that we do direct and observed therapy for tuberculosis to prevent, the spread of disease. And so very early in my career, I was working in tuberculosis, and one of the physicians said, you know what, I wish we could just do DOT with children with asthma. And I thought, well, why can't we? We should try. And so this is what we started working in schools to do. And one of the reasons is daily observed therapy can also help children learn a health behavior. So, for example, we teach children to brush their teeth. We teach them to do it every night. So we can teach them to take their asthma medication. And as I mentioned, schools are very regimented. They have great structure, and so they were a very good partner in helping us supervise the children's medicines every day. So over the past 10 years or so, there have been a good number of studies of supervised asthma medication at schools in the United States. And they have shown that we can deliver inhaled steroids on a daily basis to children at school, and it can improve asthma control. We've also seen that some subgroups of children have greater benefits. Those that aren't exposed to secondhand smoke at home, because secondhand smoke is a incredible trigger of asthma and also affects inflammation in the lungs. And then also those children with no hospitalizations in the past year have been shown to be more, have this sooner, which is more effective for them. And so, as I mentioned, the schools are structurally equipped to supervise daily medications. We have about 5% of children in the United States who are receiving some type of medication on a typical school day. And on the side, you can see one of our doctors, Dr. Conrad Clemens, who's a pediatrician, and he always made himself into Sharky when he did telemedicine with the kids at school and supervised their inhaled steroids. However, one of the big problems in the United States is absenteeism from school. And so obviously this can really impact a medication where you're supervising medicines at school. We had a very recent cluster randomized trial where we had 393 kids in 20 schools in Tucson, Arizona, and we did not improve asthma control. So it was actually one of the only studies of supervised asthma therapy where we didn't improve asthma control. And so we started looking at this very closely to figure out what was going on. Well, the schools administered 98% of the doses when the students attended school. So the schools did their job. They're great. They supervise medications. They make sure the kids get it. However, the problem is with absences, weekends, and holidays, we really reduced calendar adherence to about 53%. So again, a very low adherence rate. And we think that you probably have to take 80% of your doses on a daily basis in order to improve asthma control. So this was a district. Chronic absenteeism was a very large issue with a lot of students missing on average 14 days of school, with only 4 to 5 days of those being attributable to asthma. So it's important to remember that this can really impact school interventions when children aren't at school, and there are a lot of reasons for absenteeism. Another thing that we're excited about in terms of managing symptoms at school is stock inhaler programs. I work very closely with Dr. Ashley Lowe, who will be speaking to you later today on stock inhaler programs. I'm going to talk about the asthma-related emergencies in school. As I mentioned, every child with asthma should have their relief medication with them at all times, so that when they have symptoms, they can take this medication. It opens up the airways, hopefully relieves the symptoms, and decreases the number of 911 calls or hospitalizations. In the United States, we have self-carry models so that children can carry this medication to school. We encourage older children to have that medication on their person. We encourage younger children to have it available at the school office. But still, respiratory distress is the leading cause of 911 calls and EMS transports from schools. Our research over the past 20 years has shown that very few children actually have a personal inhaler at school, less than 15%. There's a lot of reasons for this, and it spans from low income to high income. So this is not just a problem in disadvantaged or minority children. Inhalers may be empty, they may be expired, they may be lost. The child may not know where it is when they actually get it. I was a band mom, and we had 300 kids in the band, but about 30 of them had asthma. When somebody had an asthma attack, they'd say, my inhaler's in my backpack. And I'd look over there, and there's 300 backpacks that look exactly alike. And like, how are we going to find that inhaler? So there's lots of reasons children might not have inhalers at school. They can also be costly, and there's a lot of paperwork involved, which can be obstructive for some parents. So one of the solutions was actually brought to me by a school nurse who said, why can't we have an inhaler school that anybody can use when they need it? And I thought this was a fabulous idea. So we started trying to follow up on this. So what we've been working on is where schools can implement what we're calling a stop inhaler program for respiratory distress. This means they have a single short-acting beta agonist, their albuterol inhaler at school. They have these disposable holding chambers, which you see in the middle. These are very inexpensive, and you can use one per child. And then they have a standing medical order from a physician that says, anytime a child's having respiratory distress, you can use this inhaler. So let's see if I can get this video to play for you for one of our school nurses talking about why stop inhalers are needed. Started with this program in the pilot in a single district in Tucson, states, where 22 about 17,000 students in the program. We were able to start schoolers. This was to children that are eligible to reduce loss, and children are eligible to reduce loss. And what we saw over the 9 years period was a 20% reduction and a 40% reduction in the scores. So we had this school having respiratory distress, they could give a child 2 months of medication and they could go back rather than being sent to call non. We also found that inhalers was really both the school learning stress as well as the anxiety among students because they knew if they had an asthma exacerbation at school, something could be done to them. It demonstrated to parents the benefits of schools would encourage some to seek diagnosis, encourage others to go through the paperwork and the process of getting the inhalers at school. And then we also found that the school nurses continue to have more stuff and doing these disposable chambers in cases of school events. So we had a practice that they had to pick up 20 inhalers that they were able to take for any child who might need it. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about trying to get a really huge part, which is health policy. In order for stop to work, you have to have a medical order, which in the United States can only be carried out by licensed nurses. And so, like I mentioned, we don't have nurses in every school. So we don't have a nurse in every school. We could have a physician order for an inhaler be implemented. So we did have to go through a lot of policy changes at the state level in order to change legislation. And we have to have 18 states in the United States where a physician can write an order and someone that's trained but not a healthcare provider will administer the inhaler. So that was a lot of questions we're going to talk about. I think Dr. Lewis is going to talk a little bit more about that this afternoon. But I do want to just give some brief data on after we changed the legislation in the state of Arizona. Dr. Lowe, actually, for her dissertation, I'm going to embarrass her here because I'm going to tell a story. She was pregnant, 6 months pregnant or so, and she was looking for a dissertation idea. And I said, I would think we ought to implement stop inhalers in all schools in our county. It's about 340 schools. Think about it, I'm a senior researcher at NIH funding, the largest school-based study I've ever done a school, so I don't think I really even myself. I was asking her to take on, but she said, I can do this, no problem. So for her master's thesis, she worked on implementing stop inhalers in all 308 schools in our county. And she was actually able to do 229, about 67% of the largest study to date for stop inhaler in the United States, and it was done for a master's. So I am stealing some of Dr. Lowe's data to present it to you today. But what we found is that 152% of schools, or 67% of the schools, reported using the stop inhaler at least once during the school year after implementation. There were over 1,000 events of use of the inhalers, and 80% of the events were to do at a diagnosis. The school will know about the diagnosis. So that does mean that 20% of these events occurred in children that today the school was not able to diagnose. There was a students, and important in changing legislation in the United States is that except the only thing we found was a difference in the number of children are more likely to be sent home after the use of the stop inhaler. So if you can think about an episode of shortness of breath is really scary not only for the child, but also for the teacher and also for mom. And so the younger children were more likely to be sent home than older children. But the most important thing is you can see 84% of the time when the child uses stop inhaler, they went right back to class. So where in the previous study I showed you, we're having to send kids directly on and send kids to the hospital. With a stop inhaler, about 85% of the time the child goes right back to class, they get right back into class, which is exactly what we want in our industry. I'm going to share another short video. Last things like really were respiratory distress. I think 2 out of 3 students were known as adults, and they just either didn't have anything to do or tried it at home. There were no control. One student was taken to the emergency room, and the other 2 were taken to parents. It was interesting to be a nurse and to not have anything you can use on students with asthma. It is heart-stopping. So the beautiful program that we started this year is phenomenal. We have had 0 student respiratory distress. So one of the things that I'm really excited about the program is, as I mentioned, I'm a big band mom. My kid was always in high school band in the United States. And we had the largest band in the state, over 300 kids. As I mentioned, about 30 of them had asthma. And I had multiple occasions, I was in charge of medications for the band, had multiple occasions where during practice or after a performance, the child would have an exacerbation and they didn't have an inhaler. So we were actually able to implement the stop inhaler with our marching band. And I think the most impactful thing for me is we were at this competition that you can see on the slide, which is in northern Arizona. And we had 5 kids who had an asthma exacerbation right after the performance. The field had fresh cut grass, they weren't used to this, it triggered for their asthma. And all 5 of those children had left their inhalers on the bus, which was 2 miles away. So we had to park the bus and walk to the competition. So there was no way that inhaler was going to help. But I had a stop inhaler. I was able to use the stop inhaler with 5 different children using 5 different disposable mouthpieces. So it's clean and we're able to do that. All of the children were able to get back on the bus, take a ride home, and we're safe. And so it was really impactful for me to be able to use that as well in something that means a lot. I'm going to share one last video with you. So the sponsors who help put this in classrooms, in schools, have made a huge difference to the 7, 8 students that I saw in this first 2 months, whose families I could come to call and say, I was sending you home with asthma. They could say, hey, your student came to us and they didn't have we had a school inhaler, and we were able to care for them, and they're doing fine. And they're back in the classroom, but we wanted to let you know that, they had this happen today, they felt like please remind them to bring it from that the parent himself, that feels good to know that in your school. So again, we had to change a lot of health policy at our state level in order to make these programs possible. But I do think it's been one of the most impactful things we've been able to do for children with asthma. So in conclusion, I'm a strong advocate for school nurses or healthcare in schools. The National Academy of Pediatrics in the U.S. and the National Association of School Nurses recommend having at least one registered nurse in every school. That's probably not going to happen due to finances in the United States, but it's still a lofty goal for us to work for. And in the United States, more than 40% of school-age children have at least one chronic health condition, 10% of them having asthma. And we also do know that for every $1 spent in school nurses, society saves about $2.20. So having school nurses could be really impactful for children, and I think is the next thing we need to work on in the U.S. But in general, schools play a very important role in asthma management for children. They can provide education, they can reduce environmental triggers, and then they can also do things to help manage symptoms and asthma attacks at school. So I want to thank you for your attention and thank you again for having me today.
Thank you, ma'am, for the very informative session. Now we have the inputs from the chairperson. Later we'll have the section open for the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. That was a clear presentation. And to look at your comment, the whole countryside. It's not just as one particular sports. I think that is phenomenal. Nothing like that as far as I can speak here. Also, this see how this can in schools and the more and more very useful. Discussion? Any questions? Yeah, can you give the mic, please? Yes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. That was indeed a brilliant talk. So I'm most of it. I at the university for presidency. I head the technology business incubator. So it is as an incubator, my business is to look for problems and create solutions for it. So I will say that we talked about the potential problem, how it is being addressed in the United States. Dr. Malay actually pointed out we don't have the kind of infrastructure in India. So I was looking for what kind of potential startups can happen in this direction and how can doctors step forward and give a solution. And since I had an ecosystem where there are 16,000 graduates, these are all engineers from different disciplines. So I was looking for takeaways where I can take potential startup ideas. If Madam Lynn could give me some insights about what kind of startups have emerged in this addressing this problem and how I could inspire my graduates to take up such solutions.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's not startups, I don't know, but a couple of ideas maybe start with that and take them and run with them. I know yesterday, research institute is having some screening cancer therefore, we use community offers a lot in the United States to do education, to bring care to families. That's something certainly that they might want to involve in as well for children. I think, we don't really have for like either, but we don't have healthcare structure in the schools, so we obviously additional that just like personality of their teachers. We have a parent that's very involved in the school that program. So I think, it's all about the community, looking at the community and giving them the interest to Dr. Rose talked a little bit more about this. Their passion that might be able to take some of these interventions and figure out.
Got that. So I was just wondering, sir, what is the rate of asthma among children in India?
Just completed the global asthma network study, which is done in about 100 countries, about 9 centers in India participated. We were one of them. We screened about 16,000 children and their parents, and the prevalence in schools is about 4 to 5%. 9% is more westernized, say Bombay and all that. 4% is nice.
So simply put, 4 out of 10 children have an
4%. 4%.
Any more pointers?
So thank you again for the very illuminating presentation. I was wondering, you mentioned that you had certified nurses who were both able to recognize and administer treatment. And then there were non-certified lay people, which is speaking to your previous answer about ASHA workers. Did you find, in terms of feasibility, any noticeable difference in both recognition and providing interventions among these two cadres? We didn't find a lot of difference in feasibility. What we did find is that the non-licensed personnel like to have in-person training a lot. And Dr. Lowe did a ton of in-person training. And it's kind of like educating parents. You educate your patients all the time. Is this the first time they've seen me? What are they, how does it work? So being able to tailor most of our trainings are now online, and that's great. But it really, for the non-licensed personnel, that first training at least needs to be in person. They need to have that support so they can put their hands on the inhaler, try to put the mouth station and make sure that they can make it work. Because when you're in an emergency situation, everybody's nervous and scared. The other thing that we found is that having materials available, very well color-coded, simple, was really impactful. So I think the school nurses pretty well with all training, but they were very comfortable with it. But the non-licensed personnel needed a little bit more support. And I think the one other thing that was important was anytime for questions. And so most often question that the school would be a certain behavior, we didn't do this right. We didn't do too much job involved. And I was able to call some physicians or some of the staff. I think, just having that backup, particularly for non-licensed personnel.
Hi, I had a question about implementation. I don't know if Dr. Lowe is going to get into this, but I wanted to know what strategies you thought were effective when it comes to lobbying or stock inhaler policy, and if you think that those strategies can be applied globally to political systems elsewhere.
Yeah, I think I would definitely tell you to come to Dr. Williams' talk, because I think the important thing is to have stakeholder coalitions. So in the United States, as a governmental or state employee, I actually can't lobby for, for things on the Hill. I can educate and I can serve as an expert for, different testimony, but it's
stakeholders, it's the parents, it's the teachers, it's the, for us, it's a lot of nonprofits like the American Lung Association. That's really who's taking this forward and making it happen. So building stakeholder coalitions is really important. And when you're talking to individual states, I just got to choose states off the maps. Right now, I'm working with Texas on their state law, and so, but I can't change the law in Texas because I don't live there. So I had to find physicians and nurses and schools that were interested in helping them build their local stakeholders. So changing also is really local, so you have to be from the community. We're working on the non-donation now to change legislation there, and so it's not going to change unless their community. So it's about community engagement and stakeholder building.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Ashish from NHS. So I represent the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So just want to highlight that Government of India recently launched Ayushman Bharat program. Under the school and health and wellness is a very important component. It's the third pillar. The two others are the health and wellness centers, which is at the lowest level of the healthcare facility in India. And another one is the health insurance. Very common is the the school health and wellness program is a very recently launched. It's the third pillar of the health. And another program, the government is training the school teachers. So in school public sector school that are available. So school teachers are trained and they are involved in the health and wellness ambassadors. And these class school students are also one who are in the which are the health messengers. So the important message we are focusing on to create these on the preventive and promotion aspects in the wellness components. And we also have really identified the important asset supplementation over the country, the public health schools, because I mean, it is a major challenge in India. And on the yes, taking up our schools, and we also have Minister of Hygiene scheme, under which the distributed national distributors to the schools, and these are provided by the Ministry of Health and to the health department, schools and schools then distribute to the this just want to highlight.
That's very exciting. Thank you for sharing. It's wonderful to hear that that's going.
Hello. So I had a quick question for you as well. Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for your presentation. Very informative and insightful. So the question that I have more so concerns about disparities. So asthma rates are higher in Black, Hispanic, and Native American populations in America. So I'm wondering if you took that into account within your studies, and if so, how did you address that?
Yeah, so I think, recycling is important for across the board for all children because, no matter income or they and so, most of the time when we're doing asthma prevention, we tend to start in those communities because they have the highest prevalence. Making sure that asthma management in those schools is appropriate. This is interesting in the United States, school nurses tend to be disadvantaged schools. Tend to have more disadvantaged schools. So I think, first, and doing the programs that so I definitely think that's an important thing to consider. Thank you.
My question is about the feasibility of usage of cognitive and behavioral instruction in schools so that it reaches the average schools and the So what is its feasibility actually? Being able to keep
Yeah, so maybe they want to get specific education in schools that are more difficult over time. The United States is very structured and it's rigorous. There are certain steps that you have to have certain things like math and
not a required subject in school. So oftentimes we have to do a full out program and make sure that I'm doing that. I think the other thing is we have that and you have to be sister programs for child care and very common in the US, in the after school programs. Education is very different school value and part of the art. For example, it's an important culture. Some just that is so you do have to be creative, and I'm just saying one class it's going to depend on what the needs are, what their structure is, and feasibility is an important part. Anytime that you have to be creative and certainly work with the schools and understand what they're doing.
Hi, I have one question for you. Thank you so much for your presentation. So I'm very excited to hear in a little bit about policy at the state level and how that whole process worked. I'm wondering if you can speak now to buy-in at the school level. I think nowadays there's a lot of difficulty trying to get that time in schools and also the attention of teachers who have a million things that they have to implement throughout the day for their children and the staff. So I'm wondering how you reached buy-in, how people eager, and how you built the coalition at the school or school district level. Thank you.
Sure. Again, I think it's important to find the right stakeholder. Now, we can different in each school. And we found that every school has somebody that's in charge of school health. It might be the principal, it might be the front desk clerk, it might be the school nurse. So whoever that person is, they're usually concerned about asthma because they're the ones who's dealing with the child and they might not know what to do or they might not have any resources. So finding that person is important. And also, I forgot my what I was going to say. But so I think finding that person is important. And again, building a relationship with the school. So what so when we go into the school, and we're talking about stuff or they ask us to know what about stuff that we do, what about stuff learning, what about diabetes education, and so we have to address the team, even though that's not the only connecting with resources and being able to help them. And I think it's just like relationships. You can think of schools as creative. And you know, we are all of these help connect with other resources. You know, it's time and investment. Because they do is for really develop trust individuals in school. But as you said, you know, finding a way what next not just programs that are or to you know outside of their scope and you know just really listening and communicating with them as well.
Any more questions? Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Manoj P. Professor, Department of Respiratory Medicine, and Dr. Kishore, Professor, Department of Psychiatry, State University.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the next session, we have Pan-African Spirituality and Well-being by Dr. Farida D. Hall. I request Dr. Kishore N. to introduce the speaker.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Farida D. Hall. She did her graduation, master's, and the PhD from Loyola State University. She has held various positions in the Mary University, South Florida. She has worked extensively in the area of mental health, psychology, community empowerment, wide range of mental health issues. She has received numerous awards and recognitions from many universities and institutions. Namely, she has received the Outstanding Community Partner Award. She is the winner of the Legacy Award, Top 1 Educator, and numerous things. And she serves in the board of the Academic Community Center in Florida and is the president of South Florida chapter of Association of Black Psychologists. And she is a member of numerous professional organizations. And she is going to take up this wonderful topic of spirituality and well-being and bring the experience from Pan Africa. And everybody would agree that JSS Academy of Higher Education itself comes under the umbrella of spiritual organization, and we talk about every day. So over to you, Dr. Bhatt.
Greetings, everybody. Hotep, as we might say in Egypt, peace. I'm going to start off the way I always start when I'm doing presentations, for libation. And if you know about libations, what you do is you pay homage to your ancestors. So at this point in time, I'm going to pay homage to my ancestors, and I'm going to ask you all to do the same, right? When we pour libation, we have a cup. This is great, yeah. So we have a cup, a libation cup. We pour water in a cup, and usually we have a plant, right? Because what we're doing is we're inviting spirit into our presence. We're inviting our ancestors into our presence. And so, because we share one thing in common over the last couple of years, most of us have probably lost somebody during the pandemic. So what we're gonna do, what I'm gonna do start now, is I'm gonna pour 2 libations. The first 2 I'm gonna pour, and then the third one I'm gonna pour. I'm gonna ask you all to say the name of an ancestor that you lost, right? That have passed on into the world of immortality. So the first one that I'm gonna pour is gonna be consistent with my presentation as I talk about Pan-African spirituality. It's gonna be for all my African ancestors that were kidnapped and enslaved and taken to North and South America and Latin America. So I'm pouring that for them. All of those ancestors whose names are known and unknown. And we pour a libation, we pour it in the plant. And we say Ashe, Ashe. The second one I'm gonna pour is for all the ancestors in the country in which I was born. Actually, the state was the first colony, Virginia, right? 1619, the first Africans that were kidnapped and enslaved in Virginia. I pour this for them. Ashe. And now, on the count of three, we're all going to say the name of our ancestor. Any ancestor that you want to invite into this space to be with us as I do my presentation. Say that name, right? We keep him alive when we say that name, right? 1, 2, 3. John and Marie Hall. Can't hear you. Okay. And on the last libation, we say Ashe, Ashe, Asheo. And so it is. So thank you all for inviting me here. It is a great pleasure to talk about spirit. As you can see, this is where I'm from, right? Berry University. I'm here for the first time in India. It has been an amazing experience for me because I see so many similarities as I look around the room. I see all this live, all these live friends, all this energy, all this connection with source, all this connection with nature. This community is consistent with my beliefs and with the beliefs in Pan-Africanism. Okay. So I'm going to just talk to you a little bit about what Pan-Africanism is, Pan-African spirituality, and how and why it's so important for well-being, right? Spirit is so important for well-being. You're going to notice, primarily throughout my presentation, is that I spell Africa, African with a K. That's pretty consistent with Pan-African because prior to colonization, Africa was spelled with a K. I could go even further and say Africa was called Akebala before we called it Africa by the colonizers. So you're going to see K throughout my presentation. Right? So what is Pan-Africanism? How do we define it? It's basically a mode of thinking. Can you see me? Okay, great. So Pan-Africanism is the idea of people of African descent. The idea that we should all share a common interest, right? We should all be unified. And basically, it's a belief that people of African descent from the diaspora have a great deal in common, and in fact deserve to notice and even celebrate what we have in common. And oftentimes we don't think about the fact that Africans from the diaspora do share a lot of the same things in common, right? You may not be familiar with a lot of African American movies, but those of you who are, what I just did when I pulled the libation, you'll see in a lot of movies, a lot of people like go to cemeteries, go to grave sites, and they pour a drink on the graves. That's something that we do throughout the diaspora, right? We don't only share that in common, we share a lot in common. I'm going to get into whether or not we were kidnapped and enslaved and sent to Brazil or America or the Caribbean or Mexico. No matter where we went, we held on a lot, held on to a lot of our beliefs, even though unconscious. So the African diaspora basically are, like I said, those who were kidnapped from primarily the west coast of Africa in the 1500s to the 1800s, millions of us, many didn't survive, right? But many of us are still here, right? And we exist all over the world. So that is the African diaspora. This map pretty much shows you all the places on the west coast of Africa that we were taken from, right? And we ended up. A lot of times we don't realize the second largest population of Blacks, right, are in Brazil, right, South America, and all through this region. So when I get into talking about what African spirituality is about, Pan-Africanism is about, you're going to see that no matter where we went, a lot of our beliefs and our customs were sustaining. So we need to talk about our African worldview, a little bit different from a Western worldview and how we think about life, our belief system, our ways of being, our ways of knowing. So Malika Asante defines Afrocentricity as an attitude and actions that promote well-being of people of African descent, right? So we have to talk about what is Afrocentricity? What is our mode of thinking? What are our beliefs? And how are they different from the Western worldview, the Western perspective? Because we're going to compare those two, Africanism, Pan-Africanism, and a Western European worldview. They're quite different. When we were kidnapped, we were taken away from our home, right? But we were taken away from our culture, our language, our traditions. We are now returning to them because we recognize the power in our belief system and in our worldview. Spirituality is at the forefront of it, right? It's a fundamental Afrocentric dimension and it's interwoven in the lives of African people, right? So spirituality is really, I'm gonna show you the next slide, right? Because I love this quote by Naeem Akbar. He's a Black psychologist who's done a lot of work in the Association of Black Psychology. And just look at what he says. Man is essentially spirit at its highest form of life. Man is essentially spirit at its highest form of life. So we're not physical beings having a spiritual experience from the Pan-African worldview. We're spiritual beings having a physical experience. So spirit must come first. And a lot of what was taken away from us, or at least it was attempted to be taken away from us, kidnapped with their worldview. The fact that we are spirits first, and that we buy into all day, every day, being connected with source. Seeing the flowers, we see spirit, we see God in nature, we see God in one another, right? So that's our belief system, and it's quite different from the materialistic worldview, which is to almost conquer and obtain things, right? Instead of living in harmony with nature, with one another, the more materialistic worldview means how much can I achieve? How much wealth can I achieve? How many cars and homes can I own? Nothing wrong with it, but that's not what comes first from the Pan-African perspective. How do I treat my brother and sister, right? That's more important. How do I treat nature? How do I live in harmony with nature, right? That's more important. Spiritual comes before physical from the Pan-African perspective. So if we take Pan-Africanism and spirituality, we're basically saying the spiritual customs, practices, and beliefs of Africans in the diaspora all throughout the world, no matter where we ended up. We still have practices, customs, and beliefs, starting with spirit, right? So I'm going to introduce you to some concepts that we see coming up more as we think about what it means to be Black, what it means to be African, right? We try to live according to these principles. You may and may not have heard of them, but they're very important, right? Ma'at, if you've heard of Ma'at, if you know anything about Egyptian mythology, right? You may have seen a picture of a scale, right? And one side of the scale, you see the heart, and on the other side of the scale, you see a feather. So we say that at the day of judgment, you come forward, your heart should be as light as a feather, right? So if you live according to those principles of Ma'at, basically what you're doing is you're practicing cardinal virtues of truth, justice, compassion, harmony, balance, reciprocity, and order. That's how you live your life, right? According to the principles of Ma'at. So at the end, right, your heart is light as a feather, right? That's important. That's an important belief system of Africans in the diaspora. Another thing that we talk about is the Ma'afa. It's very important that we pay homage and pay respect to what happened to Africans during those some almost 400 years, right? The Ma'afa, basically, we can call it the African Holocaust, right? The Holocaust that took place where people were kidnapped, their language, their culture, their customs were taken, the women were mistreated, raped, brutalized, right? Their children were taken away from us. I myself, my father was born in 1921, right? My father. My grandfather was born in 1862. My grandfather, first generation, right? My grandfather was born enslaved in North Carolina. And he tells us and told us before he passed stories of how he remembered his mother being taken away on a cot when he was 5 years old. And we should know historically that the Emancipation Proclamation was signed in 1865 and slavery should have been no more. But if he's 5 years old and he's born in 1862 and he remember his mother being taken away, never to see her again, right? And we didn't find out till about 10 years ago that he had other siblings, that this Ma'afa lasted up until my generation, right? Still having an impact on us. So the Holocaust is something that the Black Holocaust we have to pay attention to and how it's affecting us. Veneration of the person assumes the value of all living things. That's important to African people, right? A person's life is interwoven in the lives of everyone else. This includes both the living and the departed, right? So part of what I did when I poured a libation was showing veneration for my ancestors, right? That's important to us. Many of us do that. You probably or may have heard about Black Lives. Anybody heard of Black Lives Matter? Heard that concept before, right? Or say her name, right? When we talk like that, what we're saying is, as long as we say the name of a person who's departed from the physical realm, they still exist and they still evoke power in us. So when I call on the name of John and Marie Hall, and that's my mom and dad, they give me power to do what I need to do. So veneration is super important to us. And then being spiritual, it's the spirit, right? The whole concept of meaning of life, to have mind, soul, energy, and passion. All those things are interwoven, right? We don't worship God one day and it's Saturday or Sunday in America. It's oftentimes when we worship. God is interwoven in our lives. We have an internal aspect of God within us, right? Our soul. And we are connected to one another in that way. We are connected to nature. We're connected to the trees, the birds, the plants, the flowers. All of that is important to who we are as African people, right? A lot of that mindset was taken away from us, right? And we're working as Pan-Africans to restore ourselves to our true beliefs, because as long as we're practicing somebody else's belief system, we're not going to be well, right? We're not going to be well. Authenticity is important to us. Being our authentic, genuine self, right? A lot of people, if you know anything about America and about the captivity that our ancestors went through for all those hundreds of years, a lot of people say, why aren't Black folks angry? Why aren't they trying to retaliate? Because we're authentic people. We are children of the Most High God. It's not in us to want to take revenge on anybody. It's not who we are as spiritual beings. We're authentic people. So we see that we're connected to even those people who harmed us. It's not our intention to harm. When those people came to Africa to kidnap and enslave us, it wasn't our intention to harm them. So authentically, we don't exist in that matter unless we take on a mindset. Which Many of you may know who is Jerry Tutu from South Africa. He has professor. He was a part of the Truth and Reconciliation. He represented hearings that they did in South Africa. Yes, he from all of the destruction and on a long period of time. And the philosophy that they use was the philosophy of Ubuntu. And that's the philosophy that I think all of us to live by, right? And basically what it means is that my life is connected to your life, right? My humanity is inextricably linked to your humanity. Another way we say it is, I am because you are. And because you are, therefore I am. That's what someone who is. It means that when I look into your eyes, a reflection of myself, right? You don't exist, right? I'm not well if you're not well. And that's the philosophy, is a spiritual philosophy that we all can live according to, right? And that too is going to promote well-being. It helped a lot in South Africa, and it's helping a lot in Pan-African movements that exist today, right? As a part of spirit, right? So I want to real quickly go to African religion and spirituality, and then talk about a study that I did. So when Africans were kidnapped and enslaved, as I said before, many of us were taken to Cuba, right? Puerto Rico, Brazil. Many of us were taken to America, the Caribbean, Haiti. Those are the places we went, right? So that's a real intricate connection between what we consider religion and spirituality. And one of the main, yeah, you can see that pretty well. But one of the main religious beliefs that we had that started over 1,000 years ago was the Yoruban religion, right? You may hear of Yoruba, also called Ifa, is a religious system, but we have, it's monotheistic, but we have smaller deities, right? Smaller deities that we call Orisha, spirit guide. You may not recognize, but I have a blue and white bead, and my spirit guide, I'm gonna quickly take you here, is Yemaya, right? Yemaya is the goddess of the sea. She's the mother of nurturing, right? So she nurtures us. I go down to the sea, I make offerings to her. One of the other things I love about being in India is that you all always give offerings or give gifts as flowers and plants. And that's the same thing we do in African epistemology. When we make our offerings and we go to the water, we give them food, right? So I take in my her favorite foods, right? And I give her flowers, so I do those type of things. So the Yoruban religion, right, is not just a religion, it's a way of being, a way of existing every day, right? And so what happened is when we were kidnapped, Catholicism, many Africans had to convert to Catholicism. But you know, Africans, I think in order to survive enslavement for all that period of time, and to still be here today, people of African descent had to be very strong. So they had to be tapping into some powers, some sources that the enslavers weren't aware of. And they did some of that through the Yoruba religion, right, through Catholicism. So what they did is, when they had to become Catholic, is they took the Catholic saints and they compared the Catholic saints with the Orisha, the African gods and goddesses, right? And at ceremonies, you would see the Catholic saint stuff, like Saint Michael, Saint Lazarus, but inside, right, inside they would have the African Yoruba saints cloaking, right? So Africans, as I said, were very smart, and we never lost that religion and that belief. So the Yoruban religion, most of the people, like in Haiti, came from Benin, which was in Africa, and came from the Congo, and came from Sierra Leone, came from Nigeria. So wherever we went, we still held on to that Yoruba religion. And today the names are called something different, right? We know in Cuba they call it Santeria, right? In Haiti they call it voodoo, right? And in America we call it different things. A lot of Americans call it what traditional Yoruba religion, right? It's a spiritual practice where we pay homage to our ancestors and to the smaller deities, right? You can see here, followers are in Venezuela, Dominican Republic, Mexico. In the United States, you see they're in Florida, Puerto Rico, New Jersey, and New York City and Los Angeles. So many of us are still practicing traditional African ways of life, in addition to those concepts that I told you about earlier. So, and I basically told you this. This is just showing you the names, right? Today, if we see the Yoruba versions in Cuba and Puerto Rico, right, they call it Santeria. In New Orleans, they call it hoodoo or voodoo, right? Very similar to what they call it in Haiti, right? And then in Brazil, they call it candomblé. Names are different, but basically we have these orishas, which, like I said, it's not a god. These are smaller deities that guide us, that protect us, right? The name of God is called Olodumare in Nigeria in the Yoruba culture. So that's what we pay homage to. Now, if you're practicing, right, spirituality, the Yoruban principles, you basically believe in spirit beings, right? We don't just believe in the physical world. We don't just rely on our five senses, right? We believe in the invisible world, the power in the invisible world. That's where a lot of our strength comes from, right? So if you're practicing, you're gonna believe in invisibility, right? Some people might call it ghosts, we call it spirits, right? Nothing to fear. Belief in our ancestors, again, is very important to say the names of your ancestors. They're going to give you power. Those are the ones who worked in the fields, right, and sung those spirituals, right, about freedom, right? They were manifesting the future that one day this little black girl from Richmond, Virginia, will be standing in India on a stage talking to you all about spirituality and well-being. That's what we manifest in the invisible world when we talk and call on our ancestors. And the belief in magic and medicine, it's all in the roots, it's all in the plants. Even if you are a Christian and you believe in the Bible and you're from America, they say the leaves of the tree are for the healing of a nation, right? And I love that about Indian culture here. I learned a lot about Ayurveda, about plant medicine, but plant medicine is big for people who are Pan-African as well, right? I've been drinking herbal teas for over 30 years, right? Not just for physical well-being, because plants have spiritual properties, right? Our ancestors knew this, right? And that's what we did. We didn't rely on pharmacology, right? Something that's going wrong, we go out and we pull a root out the ground, and then we take that root, we make a tea, right? Or we make a salve or something like that. We believe in the power of magi and medicine, right? Plant-based medicine. That's where well-being is coming from, is gonna come from, if we buy into that Pan-African perspective, and we're working on doing that all over the world, right? The soul is immortal, right? We're not really into that heaven and hell stuff. We know that once we leave the physical world, we go into the invisible world. We may or may not return, depending on if we're needed here, right? So immortality is a belief that we have strongly, right? Now, a lot of us have moved away from our Pan-Africanism, right, and believe other things. Like I said, we have an African worldview, we have a European worldview, but Pan-Africans are returning to that African worldview. And many other people are doing the same thing that don't look African, right? And that's a whole different story, but talking about the fact that we're all African. That might be a pill that everybody's not ready to swallow yet, but you know, we talked about Dr. Leakey, the fact that he found Lucy, 3.6 million years old in Ethiopia, one of the oldest remains we've ever found. So, Ubuntu, I am because you are, therefore I am. Little concern with the afterlife is consistent. We don't have to worry about those things, right? Because we know that we may return if necessary. communalism, right? One of the things I think that's been so difficult for Black and brown people is the fact that communalism, like being in community, is so sacred and important to us. And we don't get to do that as much as we used to, right? With the European worldview, it's more individualistic, it's more competitive, right? From the Pan-African worldview, it's communalistic, it's being in community, right? And we still do that to some degree, but we need to do that more. We don't need to compete against one another to be successful because that takes us away from our authentic self, which is going to prevent us from being well, right? And we're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing a lot of division within the Pan-African movement, right? We're talking about all Black people are not the same, right? Because of who colonized us. Was it the French? Was it the British? Was it the Portuguese? Was it the Dutch, right? So the Spanish, whoever colonized us, we sometimes identify with that colonizer. And that prevents us from always coming together and realizing that we come from the same place, right? So there's a lot of work that we still have to do as Blacks in the diaspora to understand how important communalism is, to come back and to know that we're connected. It was just, hey, the ship shop stopped in different places, right? But my uncle could have went to Haiti, or my aunt could have went to Trinidad, and one of them came to America, but it's still family. We're still family. We're still connected. And providing the moral code, right? Morality is super important to us, so we've gotten away from that. That's consistent with what I said with my aunt, right? Morality. Traditional African religions provide sanctions for moral obligation and responsibility to the community leaders, right? And then tribal communities still exist, right? Even if in Africa you still have your government set up, you still have your kings, right? And they still are respected in a lot of African cultures, right? So they work in unison with one another. You have your cultural beliefs and you have your democratic beliefs, but they have to come together, right? Where morality and the respect for our customs from the past have to be adopted, right? We have to remember that those customs that we relied on, like, we don't always have to call the government. We don't have to call the law to solve our problems. We solve our problems at the community level. We go to our elders, right? We go to our wise people, our culture keepers to solve those problems. And once we stop doing that, we born into somebody else's mindset on how we're supposed to resolve our problems. That's not going to work effectively for us. We cannot continue to buy into somebody else's belief system, right? So the Pan-African movement really started in the early 1900s. You know, the first president here, we see Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana once they became independent. This last big Pan-African conference happened in 1945, and Jomo Kenyatta was the president of Nigeria. Kwame Nkrumah was there. Haile Selassie. These were the big leaders who really were trying to have a unified Africa. We're still trying to move towards a unified Africa. As a matter of fact, right now, they're trying to make Haiti one of the first outside nations, a part of the African Union. So we are moving towards the Pan-African worldview. Taking a lot of work, but we're not going to move away from that. Because we're going to continue to honor our ancestors. Real quickly, I just wanted to share a study with you. For 7 years at Baylor University, that's in Miami, for 7 years during the summer, I worked with my colleague, Dr. Charlene Desir. She's Haitian, and she buys into the whole notion. She's actually a professor at Nova Southeastern, but she's initiated as a Haitian Mambo. So she's a voodoo practitioner as well as a scholar. She combined them. And what we did for 7 summers is we worked with 100 middle school Haitian children in Miami. And we introduced them to Haitian spirituality, right? Pan-African spirituality. We actually used the Lawaz. And the Lawaz are just like the Orishas, right? Those are the Haitian voodoo gods and goddesses and deities. So each week we introduced them. Now we didn't say Ezeli Dumto, we didn't use those names, but they each have characteristics that we use, right? Some of it has to do with being in community, respecting community, understanding the power of nature, understanding the power of community. So we had them for summers for 7 weeks. And one of the most fascinating things about it is that we started every morning at 8 o'clock. Now, during a school year, getting 85% of your students to show up at 8 a.m. kind of difficult, right? We're talking about absenteeism from school. It's hot in Miami in the summer. And we always had at least 85 of our 100 children there every morning at 8 a.m. We were baffled by it. One of the things we do know is that we haven't collected a lot of data on Haitians living in America. So in addition to doing this summer program, is we actually collected data during that time period. And this particular study is looking at the adults. So we looked at the well-being. We really want to understand, is spirituality important to the psychological well-being? So in this study that was published in 2019, that's what we did, right? So like we said, African Americans, we know spirituality is important because of prior research. And some of this research here talks about the fact that in times of stress, faith, such as going to church, praying, are all important, right, to us. Among people of African ancestry, spirituality and religious behaviors exist across the world, across our economic levels, age groups, and so on and so forth. So people from the African diaspora need spirituality to be at the forefront of their lives. We need these as our guiding principles, and this is what we use in our summer program. So the purpose of the research project was to basically understand the Haitian epistemology, right? We understood that Haitians were not just religious, but they were spiritual also. So our primary hypothesis with these Haitian adults was to look at their spiritual well-being and see if it predicted their psychological well-being. So we use a spiritual, and I'll go into that in a moment, but the secondary hypothesis was to look at both the spiritual well-being dimension, which has a religious dimension and an existential dimension, and see if those predicted psychological well-being. So we had total spiritual well-being, then we had these two subscales, religiosity and existentialism. And existentialism is consistent with spiritual well-being, right? So lastly, we wanted to know if spiritual well-being would predict the 6 aspects of psychological well-being. So we had total psychological well-being, but we also knew that psychological well-being using the right scale could be broken down into autonomy, environmental mastery, purpose in life, positive relationships, self-acceptance, and personal growth. So we looked at these variables to see what's the role of religion and spirituality and well-being. I'm going to skip that slide and just some literature review to just move on to talk a little bit about the fact that we know that spirituality benefits us as far as our coping with stress, coping with alcohol and substance abuse, right? So we know that not just being religious is important, but being spiritual is important. And that's what we wanted to test. Okay, so some of the things that we knew when we embarked upon this study is that a lot of times when Haitians come to America, they're usually Catholic, Protestant, and Voodoo. They combine those. If you ever, or if you ever get a chance to come to America and you go to a Haitian church, you're not going to get a traditional Catholic service or a traditional Protestant service. Those are two basic branches of Christianity. You're going to get a service that's got voodoo interwoven into that. It's just who Haitian people are, right? It's a part of them. As much as a lot of times you hear people talking about voodoo and stigmatizing voodoo, but it's a part of life. Like I said, when I talked about those concepts, those spiritual concepts, community, being a community, communalism, nature. I remember when I first moved to Miami, I was driving down the street and I saw this Haitian woman and she's pulling leaves out of the ground and walking. I was like, and I didn't understand it at first. I was like, oh crap, she's picking her stuff, her plants, because she needs these. She recognizes the medicinal and spiritual properties of these plants, right? So it's a part of who Haitians are. right? Different from African Americans because we lost a lot more. Haitians had their own country. They were actually in 1804, the first Black nation to gain their independence from France in 1804, right? Free from slavery, right? So they never really lost as much as we lost as far as spirituality. So you still will see that. So they practice all of these different aspects of religion, and we want to see how that might show up in our research. Would it impact our well-being? We know it protects our health, right? Physical well-being. But what about that psychological well-being? Because that's important to us as well, right? Now we had a small sample, but very powerful sample size. 79 of the 100 students that participated, they completed a demographic questionnaire. They completed the spiritual well-being scale, and they completed the psychological well-being scale. And as I said before, if you look here, the spiritual well-being scale has a total score, but it also has a religiosity and existential subscales. And religiosity is basically, it's more tied to organized religion, right? Religiosity. But spirituality is more tied to who you see yourself as. Why am I here? What is my purpose in life? What is the meaning in life? And your overall satisfaction. And we believe that existentialism has more into spirituality than religiosity. And then we have psychological well-being that has those different subscales that I mentioned to you before: self-acceptance, positive relationships, environmental mastery, and so on and so forth. So those were the two scales we used and the subscales that existed. And just quickly, what we found was amazing, right? So we did regression analysis, and we found that total spiritual well-being, as well as both existential well-being and religious well-being, predicted total psychological well-being. And not only did it predict total psychological well-being, but it predicted all of those 5 subscales that I mentioned to you, right? Now, what stood out to us the most and that was most interesting was that the third bullet here, I don't know if this thing will point, but here where it says existential spiritual well-being predicted total psychological well-being, and existential spiritual well-being predicted all of the subscales of psychological well-being. That finding stood out to us because then when we went and looked at religiosity as the second subscale of spiritual well-being, it did not predict anything. So what was driving that initial effect of total spiritual well-being predicting total psychological well-being in the subscales was existentialism, was this understanding of our epistemology, our purpose and meaning in life, and who we are is more important than just some organized religion, right? So this finding supports what we are starting to understand about ourselves as Pan-Africans. Spirituality is at the forefront of who we are, right? And needs to be at the forefront of all our practice and our daily practice. So the implications, as you can see up there, right? Our findings basically show that positive psychological well-being is going to be driven by our epistemology that has to do with communalism, harmony and balance with nature, Ubuntu, right? All of those African-centered principles. One thing that I did not mention, but we also did, is that we did the exact same study with the adolescents, right? We did the same study that we did with the adults, and we found the exact same thing, that total psychological, spiritual well-being predicted psychological well-being. But when we broke it down and we looked at religiosity and we looked at existentialism, only existentialism in the youth predicted that levels of depression, that levels of anxiety, that self-esteem, and that self-efficacy. Higher self-efficacy and self-esteem, lower depression, lower anxiety when we looked at our existential, right? So we found out, and what these implications really tell us is that spirit is important to who we are as people from the African diaspora, right? I'm gonna leave you with this quote from one of my Jagnas, Jegna. A Jegna is a cultural warrior and is a mentor in the Pan-African world. Baba Wade Nobles, he says power is the ability to define reality and have others to respond to your definition as if it were your own, right? Power is the ability to define reality, to have others respond to that definition as if it's your own. And that's what has happened to Africans in the diaspora for too long. Someone else has defined power for us, and we bought into that definition. As Pan Africans, we're gonna take back the definition of what power is, and we're gonna live our lives according to the spirit. Thank you. Question.
Of the Pan-African thing, and it gels so much with the Indian context, the Indian meaning of life, the relevance it attributes to the environment, and the whole definition of well-being. The session is now open for the questions. Yeah. You can give it to life.
Hello. Thank you very much. This was a very, I was very honored to listen to you. It was a very brilliant talk. My name is Pranav, and I was in University. I just have a small note as well as one question. My note is because I'm basically from public health background, but I have a very recent interest that has developed with anthropology. Where I have read some literature and written some articles which are anthropologically based. So my note is the indigenous or the tribes of India are also, as you have rightly said, that Asia as well as Africa is still in many ways connected because of their spiritual links. So I want to say that the tribes of India are still, we find that some of the tribes are descendants of Africa. Africa, for example, Jharkhand, I basically belong from Jharkhand, and Jharkhand has its tribe called Oraon tribe. That finds its descendants from Africa. And that's how the language is Guru. And again, from Karnataka, also there are Hindi tribes who are basically originated from Buntu. Buntu, which is Bantu. Excuse me for the pronunciation. Bantu. That is linked with Ubuntu. I somehow. And these are again seen in West and Central part of Africa. And similarly, I could note only three. Like one is Sentinelese, which is still there, and Nicobar Islands. So, again, the principles of spirituality, the moral conduct, the community, these are all still being followed by tribes in India. So, originally, I should say that we all are Africans, actually. And my question to you is, here in India, often as tribes or indigenous people or Adivasis or Janjati. But actually, the origin is from Africa, but in Africa, calling people as tribes is not considered ethical.
Thank you very much. And thank you for acknowledging the similarities of it. I believe we're all family, and that's why we're decided to start, studying Indian culture, more and those commonalities, that we share, right? It's the reason why so many people that are Black and brown share so many things in common. And the reason why I believe, many African nations don't talk about tribes or consider themselves tribes is because, of the Berlin Conference and how so many European nations came in and colonized Africa. Not only did they kidnap Africans and take them to other places, but they actually pretty much colonized Africa as well. Right? So when you talk about that whole belief system, thinking about yourself as indigenous or tribal, that democracy that exists in Africa today is foreign Africa. There are a lot of indigenous places that if you go to in Africa where they still recognize tribes. So that's both in Africa. But in general, the reason is because colonization.
Hi, Dr. Hall. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed it a lot, and I'm grateful to have heard your lecture. So what I wanted to talk about was basically the solidarity between Black and Indigenous people in the Americas. So I'm from the Taino tribe, and which is I'm sure you know, like indigenous to the Caribbean islands, the Americas. And we actually share a lot of history. And actually, we basically struggled together with the colonization of the Americas. And in fact, like many times, specifically in the Caribbean, we actually fled to mountains together. And actually, I think we also have Black influence because of it. You know, and a lot of Black people in the Americas also have indigenous roots as well. So I'm wondering, because of this, I guess like similarity and also like solidarity that we have between our communities, do you think that this same results could really show in indigenous communities in the Americas?
ಸರ್ ಅದೇ ಇವಾಗ ಇವರು ಜೂಮಿಂದ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರಂತೆ ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ.
Thank you for
Sorry, you connect me.
So their environment dedicated to and my question to you was in my in past few years I have seen that we are accepting towards our history and our Worshipping of nature, ocean, everything. We have to God seeing it. But you the same your they are
Aaron.
Research books, trying to hear about the exciting and certain states where so I think books are really it is a special right? So we can't see it, right? Post-traumatic stress syndrome. People are still making you afraid to even do it at all. We have to stand up. And that's teaching ability as well. Because that's where real true liberation comes to. One of the we're not has nothing to do with the fact that we don't want so what I think is really good for my people, right? So that we can get the rest of the time over the love of the peace. Thank you.
Last question. Yeah. Where you talked about the history, the politics, the violence, and the efforts on fixing your post-mesmerizing from your work and your research in the current world, and next. And I work a little bit with palliative care, so spiritual aspects are some things we talk about. Because when we look at distress, we see that the spiritual aspect of distress which is independent from the physical and psychological. But the criticism we constantly face when we try to document and share spiritual distress is that isn't it just an extension of the psychological distress? So that's been a question that I've heard consistently from people. Now, seeing how spiritual distress is closely correlated with psychological distress, I just went back to that. So, are these, how can you say that these are they're closely related, but are they not the same or are they different? I would like to hear your views on it.
Spirituality and psychology,
In palliative care, that's where I come from. But I think your response in psychology would make sense too.
You say and you push back when people say spirituality is nothing more than psychological distress. Like no, okay, we can go all the way back to the beginning of what psyche and logos mean, what psychology means, right? Psychology is not the study of the mind and behavior. Psychology is the study of spirit, right? Psyche is spirit, soul, breath, right? But you understand that people from a Eurocentric world being believe in the five senses, right? So it has to be counted and measured. The definition over time was changed.
to the study of observable phenomena. With the initial definition, even if you go back to those old hypotheses, the one of the most famous ones, Young, if you look at the desk, he had African artifacts all around him. So they understood that something was a study of spirit. It was a study of the invisible. Right? So it's taking us a while for us to understand and get back to that. The original definition, understanding the power of breath, the power of life, right? Even in the largest association in America, the American Psychological Association, for a very long time, they didn't even talk about religion and spirituality. They just talk about psychology. But now we have a division in the American Psychological Association devoted to religion and spirituality. So we're making that progress. Well, we cannot deny the truth forever, right? It's gonna speak, and it's gonna speak louder. So we're coming on acknowledging that spirituality is something different than just studying the mind, studying the absolute. All right, it's been a pleasure. I love Kimberly.
Thank you, everyone, and she will be available on the conference today and tomorrow. And people who are keen to ask more questions, she will have the excellent explanation on many aspects, and she gave a wonderful integrated view of spirituality, well-being from various perspectives, and evoked many thoughts in us. I think the morning session on spirituality and well-being went really well. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful talk. Now I request our chairpersons, Dr. Mahesh P. and Dr. Kishore M. to felicitate our guest speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Madhu B., Professor of Community Medicine, Deputy Dean, Research, JHS Academy of Education and Research, to felicitate our chairpersons. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We will be beginning the inauguration ceremony shortly.
May I have your introduction, please? I will request all the dignitaries to take a seat on the dais for the inaugural ceremony. Seeking the blessings of the whole Saturu Parampara, I would like to extend a warm and hearty welcome to all our dignitaries as well as our delegates who have been seated here for this international symposium, SWASTHYAM 2023. By bringing together eminent national and international delegates, researchers, and emerging social entrepreneurs, this symposium offers a comprehensive platform for learning and networking. It also exposes participants to various perspectives on health in relation to achieving sustainable development goals and targets and healthy living. This symposium consists of a wide range of learning sessions through plenary talks, scientific oral and poster presentations, themed panel discussions, and networking activities. We also strongly emphasize social entrepreneurship, focusing on the ideation, implementation, and impact phases. Please join us in reducing our carbon footprint. This symposium committee is committed and dedicated to implementing sustainable practices. As a small effort, we intend to conduct this symposium with reduced carbon footprint as far as possible by using glass water bottles, which you may have witnessed, mud cups for tea and coffee, steel plates, paper pens, digital handouts, as well as recyclable paper and minimizing plastic use. We would also encourage you all to support us in continuing this initiative in cutting down the carbon footprint.
Now, to begin with, through the invocation song, we invite the presence of joy, hope, and wisdom to guide us on this journey together. Let us now join our voices to embrace the power of music. I call upon Shravanti Alisa from second semester to give the invocation. Thank you, Alicia and Shravanti, for giving us a beautiful opening to this gathering. Now, I call upon Dr. Shilpa, Joint Secretary of SWASTHYAM 2023, to introduce and welcome the dignitaries to this occasion. I offer my humble pranams to the lotus feet of his Jagadguru, Sri Dr. Shivratri Rajendra Mahaswamiji, and His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji. And seeking the divine blessing, will start the program today. A very warm greeting to everyone. We, from School of Public Health, JSS Medical College, JSS AHER, and in collaboration with Public Health Research Institute of India, cordially invite you to the International Symposium, SWASTHYAM 2023, with theme Public Health, Healthy Living, and Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I welcome our esteemed Chief Guest, Major General Professor Atul Kotwal, Executive Director, National Health System Resource Center, National Health Mission, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. We welcome you, sir. Now, I welcome our Chief Guest of Honor, Dr. Umesh Kapil, President, Epidemiology Foundation of India, and Secretary, National Academy of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. We welcome you, sir. I welcome our presiding dignitary, Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSS AHER. We welcome you, sir. Now, I welcome our guest of honor, Dr. H. Baswanagadappa, Principal, JSS Medical College, JSS AHER. We welcome you, sir. I welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Purnima Madhivanan, Associate Professor, Department of Health Promotion Sciences, University of Arizona. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, I welcome our organizing chairperson, Dr. Anil Bilmala, Chief MPH Coordinator, School of Public Health, JSS MC, JSS AHER. I welcome our organizing chairperson, Purnima Jaikrishna, Administrative Officer, Public Health Research Institute of India. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, I welcome our organizing secretary, Dr. Manasa, Assistant Professor, School of Public Health. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, I welcome all our esteemed guest speakers, Dr. Lynn Pichural, Dr. Pamela D. Hall, Dr. Jeffrey Klausner, Dr. Ashley Ann, Dr. Carl Crow, Dr. Prashant, Dr. Naveen Puttaswamy, Dr. Dionys Pence. I welcome all the dignitaries researchers, academicians, and students for this symposium. We welcome you all.
Thank you, ma'am. In this special ceremony, we come together to partake in the timeless tradition of lighting a lamp. As we kindle the flame, we invoke the light of knowledge, wisdom, and unity. The lamp represents the embodiment of hope, enlightenment, and inspiration that guides our path in this journey of life. Let us ignite a collective spark of purpose, unity, and compassion that will illuminate our way. I request all our dignitaries to light the lamp and ignite our spirit.
Thanks to all the dignitaries. Thanks to all the dignitaries. Now let me invite Dr. Anil S. Vedimali, Chief MPH Coordinator, School of Public Health, to introduce the chief guest of International Symposium SWASTHYAM 2023.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great privilege and honor to introduce Major General Dr. Professor Atul Kotwal, who is a medical professional, public health researcher, administrator, educator, mentor, and a teacher. His areas of expertise include health systems planning and implementation of healthcare policy, primary healthcare, urban health, epidemiology, implementation research, and also interdisciplinary research. Dr. Kotwal has received numerous awards for his contribution to the armed forces and towards his professional and research achievements. Notable ones being the Sena Medal for the gallantry and Vishish Seva Medal, both by the Honorable President of India. He has also been awarded the prestigious Dr. J.E. Park Oration by the Indian Public Health Association. With more than 150 publications in index journals, she has contributed to the evidence generation and knowledge sharing through designing and undertaking research and providing academic support in the field of public health.
He has vast experience as a public health specialist and epidemiologist in various parts of India, including working as officer on special duty in Planning Commission as well as in Botswana, Africa. Currently, as the Executive Director of the National Health Systems Resource Center, he has been instrumental in guiding NHSRC in framing various national guidelines and policy decisions for health system strengthening. As a member of Expert Group 3, he has convener for the group for formulating guidelines on tasks and roles of human resources for health during COVID times. The recommendations are now being taken forward with him as the chairperson of a committee mandated with formulating guidelines on task sharing and task shifting. Under him, NHSRC had a great role to play in creation of the oxygen ecosystem for COVID management. Few of the important policy guidelines prepared in areas of work are Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission, which is the largest health infrastructure program, including the integrated public health laboratory, block public health units, critical care hospital block, and 15th Finance Commission tied grants for health, Indian Public Health Standards 2022, Public Health Management Cadre, which you're all waiting for, and Human Resources for Health Guidelines, revised operational guidelines of National Quality for Assurance Standards, conversion of sub-health centers, PHCs, primary healthcare centers, and urban primary healthcare centers into health and wellness centers, implementation research and evaluation studies on important aspects of health system. Example, Kilkari, Mobile Academy, and evaluation studies on important aspects, and also Mother and Child Tracking Facilitation Center evaluation. And Pradhan Mantri National Dialysis Program and Atomic Energy Regulatory Body, that is AERP, strengthening and emergency care. So the NHSRC was established in 2007 to provide technical support to the erstwhile NRHM, which is now known as National Health Mission. And during last 2 years, it has been mandated to provide technical support to the entire Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and is closely working with all program divisions, the Deputy General of Health Services and ICMR. And there has been an enhanced collaboration with national and international organizations for the efforts towards health system strengthening. We are really grateful to have you here, sir. It's an honor and privilege. Thank you.
I would like to invite our chief guest, Major General Dr. Atul Kotwal, to address the gathering.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. Dr. Surinder Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Umesh Kapil, sir, is very senior to me, and Dr. Purnima, both the Purnimas, one with Devalo, one with you, and both associated with the same organization, either begin with or continuing. Dr. Anil Vilimane, Dr. Bhaskar Kadampa, Anil Vilimane, Dr. Manasa, all the dignitaries in the hall, all the participants of this conference, which I know are, include the faculty of the medical college and also the students of various streams from the medical college and School of Public Health, which is part of the medical college. It's a real honor to be here amongst you all, and I must place on record my utmost gratitude and thanks for the organizers to give me this honor and to invite me here. It was at a short notice, but then I immediately agreed because none other than the ex-CGHS, Dr. Srivastava, gave me a call, and then of course the Honorable Vice Chancellor very graciously immediately contacted me. I have another meeting tomorrow in IIT Mumbai, which was committed earlier on, and so that's why I thought, okay, let me first go to my student, and this early evening I'll leave this place and go to Bombay from here. It's when I saw the agenda, I requested permission for two of my team members also to attend this conference who are physically present here. Very nice to see the faculty who have come from far and wide for this conference and the topics selected by the organizers. I will try to. It's a long time has been given to me. 30 minutes have been allocated to me if I'm not wrong in the program. I didn't want to have a PPT because it is generally during the inaugural function when everyone's sitting here. It's rare to get such high screen. Generally, the screen is hidden by the dignitaries of the dais. So I have a document which is which will act like a guidance document for me. So I will just share some of the thoughts, some of the initiatives which are going on towards our move towards universal health coverage and achieving the sustainable development goals. I must also place on record the excellent work being done by the JSS and also the Public Health Research Institute of India, especially the field of women. They are providing care to them and also cancer screening. And cancer screening is part of one of the NCT screenings, which is now become part of the ecosystem of the public health system. When I mention public health system, I mean I refer to the government health system, for which we at NHSRC have been mandated to strengthen it. A quick, few words about NHSRC before I start talking about the health systems as such. It was, as mentioned by Dr. Anil also, that started in 2007 to being a technical body for National Rural Health Mission that time, and now subsequently renamed as National Health Mission by subsuming the National Urban Health Mission also in that. Currently, we are providing technical assistance to the entire ministry. I have 8 technical divisions under me. Division of Public Health Administration, Community Processes Comprehensive Primary Health Care, Division of Human Resource for Health and Health Policy Integrated Planning, is the Division of Healthcare Technology, Division of Human Resources, Division of Healthcare Financing, the Division of Information Technology, which we have recently opened. Then I have Quality and Patient Safety Division, and I have a branch in Northeast with a special focus for the, like as we formally say, 7 sisters and 1 brother from the Northeastern states, including Sikkim. Regional Resource Center for Northeast, which has about 35 odd members. So I have a team of more than 200 right now, with additional posts also being sanctioned. So if you look at the the building blocks of the health systems as such, the service delivery, human resources for health, the healthcare financing, access to drugs, diagnostics, and also all the technology, the financing, governance, and administration. We work in all these 6 blocks, and as per the few of the researchers in past few years, and which we firmly believe in, we've added the 7th block on which we have been working from very beginning. That is the communitization process, because without involving the community, our success is going to be limited, and that's what we have been seeing now. Even though NRHM started in 2005, the communitization process is one which needs more push, in addition to, of course, working in all the other fields. So that's why our division of community process comprehensive primary health care has been there. So we have been instrumental in conceptualization and formulation of various policies, as alluded to by Dr. Anil Villamora. The ASHA program, which you all are aware, which was recently also awarded, was started by NRHM, but the implementation initial guidelines started by NHSRC, and currently it is being embedded in NHSRC. Biomedical equipment management program is another important one. Quality assurance program is very important now to ensure that people who are increasingly visiting the healthcare facilities, utilizing the facilities with a large number of footfalls, and because of the additional services being provided, which I'll subsequently cover, they come back again, and they have this renewed faith continues, and that will be possible only when we have the quality and patient safety firmly entrenched in the psyche and minds of everyone working in the healthcare system of public health. And is linked closely with the Indian public health standards, which also I will discuss further. And additionally, another important, when we talk about the health system, human resources for health, not only the numbers, but also the adequate skill mix. So the quantity and quality. And so that for that, our efforts are going on, as you all are aware. But we thought how to attract and retain the healthcare public health people or clinicians or the other cadres as such into the health systems. So public health management cadre was part. So I'll discuss that also in slightly more details later on. Monitoring and evaluation of all these facilities, of course, now with the more and more usage of healthcare technology, information technology, ICT, it is becoming easier. But the common review mission was started at the advent of NRHM, which is still continuing. So once a year, we involve the various international and national NGOs, we involve academia, public health professionals working in the government or private, and we form teams and visit about 15 to 17 states every year, which looks at the entire health system in totality and gives recommendations also to strengthen. So that's the kind of robust monitoring mechanisms are also there. So when we talk of the public health as such, you call it community and preventive and social medicine, community medicine. Now increasingly public health. I'm not going to differences of these. There's certain nuance differences, certain semantics. Anyway, let's not go into that. But let's use the word public health for ease of using and encompassing all the preventive, promotive, curative, early diagnostic, rehabilitative, and palliative work as part of the public health as such, including the policy making and looking at the entire health system. It's huge and vast. For the students here, I must mention that while doing your MD or MPH, you must read how India's policies changed over a period of time. In 90s, we have 85% of the private healthcare and 15% of the public healthcare. Structure adjustment policies came in, which put in the user fees and all the other curves and all, which further affected the public health system tremendously. This was followed by National Commission of Macroeconomics on Health and on Health, learning from the International Such Commission of International level, which changed the mindset. And that was the basis. This was in the beginning of the century, which all of you must at least read the executive summary of National Commission of Macroeconomics and Health. And that was the basis of the National Commission of 2005, which talked about flexible financing, which talked about doing away with verticalities and horizontal structures, which talked about strengthening the entire health system in one listing, instead of all our programs from independence onward, various small committees and all. So that's the first time looked at holistic way of entire health system. The progress of the achievements of NHM, you all are aware. The increased accessibility, affordability, acceptability, availability of quality and safe services. And also now the recently added wellness services, because earlier health was taken as someone who's ill, but now we are looking at health of preventing the illness, and that's why the wellness is now an integral component, and an increasingly pluralistic approach of providing the Ayush as well as the modern systems under one roof or co-located, with the choice with the people to use the system, and there has to be cross-reference between these. So that's the kind of health system we are looking at and planning. And if you recollect the words which I used just now, and you go back to your theoretical knowledge of the definition of universal health coverage, all these words are part of that definition of universal health coverage. So I'm not going to definitions or theory and all. I'm just going to use to use this time given to me to look at the entire health system and what is being done and what is the future intake. So universal health coverage I have mentioned. I've also mentioned SDGs. You all are aware what are the SDGs, what are the goals, and how far we are in attaining them, and what is the requirement of India definitely attaining these, and how much better they are than the MDGs. But of course, MDGs were required as a stepping stone to SDGs. I must mention again here another important committee, HIVG, High Level Expert Group for Universal Health Coverage, and that's what I would like to flag from very beginning, that the Western world tried to influence us that universal health coverage should be looked at from the insurance mechanism. But we have taken our own path, learning from several other countries. We have combined the comprehensive primary health care and insurance mechanism. And that's why the two pillars of Ayushman Bharat, which was launched in 2018, Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers, to provide comprehensive primary health care, preventive, promotive, curative, palliative, and rehabilitative, with assured linkages and continuum of care. And for 40% of the population as per the SECC criteria, that comes to almost 50 crore, 10.744 crore households. And the 50 crore people to be provided 5 lakh per annum per family for secondary and tertiary care in a panel private and government hospitals. So it's a combination of the free services of the primary level, even to a certain extent a large amount of secondary level, and for tertiary, there's an insurance mechanism which has been taken. So that's the kind of ecosystem for which guidelines are available, for which implementation is going on. So few of these I'll cover, and we also must commend all the healthcare workers working in the public health sector, including those in private too, because the success of the the national mission for the maternal mortality, infant mortality, under 5 mortalities depends on all healthcare workers and also the development partners, the NGOs, even the colleges and all also who are working with the system as such. And the our all in maternal mortality ratio is much more as per the entire world, and it is now 97 as per the 1920. So we have further reduced, and IMR is 28 per 1,000 live births, and under 5 mortality is now is around 35 as such. 32. It's 32 as per the latest. So but how it happened? The NRHM tried to bring everyone together. We did not succeed to the extent it was envisaged. Verticalities still remain and they still do exist. But lot of it are being addressed. There was a tremendous push from 2013-14 onwards. Once systems were in place, ASHAs were there, the VHSNCs were made as part of the health system. First time, the village health and nutrition committees were formed, the community processes. We had history of healthcare workers in community CHW of 1997-98. If some of you would have read in the textbooks, people like me are dinosaurs there. We were there in that era, so we know how that system was poorly implemented and how it failed. So what was the learning from that were used, and the examples from states like Chhattisgarh and all were used to create ASHAs. So that's another the main important, as a social health activist. We can have further discussions later on. Some of you could be feeling that ASHA should be made a healthcare worker by now, but people like us think that no, the activist role will go away when you become part of the system as such. And that's why NHSRC is uniquely placed, I want to mention here, even though I am being elected by the highest body of the Government of India, which is the Appointment Cabinet Committee, my entire team is selected by me. By me, I mean the organization as such, with the strict protocols and procedures. We are a think tank for the body, but we also help in implementation to the central government and state government. We are like an arm of the Ministry of Health. When we want it, we can put our hand in their pocket. When we want, we can put our arm at a distance. So that's the unique advantage which I have, where I can see and criticize. The criticism is in-house, critique is open for all. I know you all know the subtle difference between these two. So over the last 10 years, what has been happening? National Quality Assurance Standards. First time we talked about formalizing quality in 2013, when the guidelines were utilized. Then they realized that to reduce the maternal mortality and infant and neonatal mortality, we need to implement this NQAS immediately, which is difficult. Even now, the uptake is not there that much. So Laksh guidelines were issued that every health facility, wherever deliveries are taking place, should get Laksh certified to address the quality and patient safety for maternal and infant. And that was a tremendous uptake, including a lot of private hospitals also getting certified to Laksh. The free drugs and free diagnostics in 2016. So compare in 1990s when we talk of user fee even for making a OPD slip, and of course no availability of medicines and diagnostics. With a program in 2016 of free drugs and free diagnostics, with a list of essential medicines at all levels. So that's where we reached in these 20 odd plus 30 years. But that again, when you look at out-of-pocket expenditure, in 2013-14, out of the total health expenditure of the country, 64% was coming from people's pockets, UNB. In 2019-20, we recently released the national accounts of 1920. We're preparing the national account for 2021. There's a lag of 2 years in the national accounts because of procedural issues which are required as such. It is 47. So 64 to 47 in only 6 years. And that's why that is because of, the main reasons of out-of-pocket expenditure are drugs, diagnostics, transport, and rest 30% is because of inpatient IPD. So National Ambulance Services was strengthened. Today we have more than 28,000 ambulances, BLS, ALS, and patient transport vehicles. We are also looking at, relaxing the norms further. Because being the country which did not have adequate number of ambulances, we thought, okay, one ALS per 5 lakh population, one BLS per 1 lakh population. And now we are thinking at one ALS per 1 lakh and one BLS per 50,000. And for northeastern states to be reduced to be, and hilly states to be reduced further because of sparse population and less number of people. So we have the funding now as such to look at that. I link this in these improvements in our health system and in our outputs and outcomes with the social determinants of health, Post-symposium. And that's why the lot of time, the Western world, or even in-house in our country, people write that these are government statistics. UNICEF has come out just 3 days ago, a tremendous progress in stunting. Wasting, yes, definitely is a cause of concern, but then that is this progress, improvement in stunting is because of Post-symposium in one, that is Women and Child Development Ministry, which is involved along with Ministry of Health. Then we had Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Swachh Bharat Mission, and open defecation-free villages now going to ODF++, where we link the, it's going beyond only toilet construction, all the entire change in behavior, linked with the Jal Jeevan Mission, the 60% of the households getting potable water. And when I joined my MD in 1989, I still remember the first talk was on environment by one of my professors. His opening statement was that when you, now you join the community medicine or public health, so when you go out in open area and the dust which enters all your pores is what is fecal dust. So that was the ODF prevalence in our country. Today I can proudly say it is no more the case. So because we have villages which are ODF++, and we link it with incentives. I mentioned the NQAS, we linked Kayakalp, and we linked Swachh Sarvat, the tongue twister, triple S. And he said, okay, when villages are ODF in a block, we'll give funding to that CXC, which is over and above the additional funding, so that CXC becomes Kayakalp. Kayakalp is total change, total makeover. And those are the awards being given every year to incentivize the facilities to come up to a certain standard where they can then go for national quality assurance standards. So that all these entire have been working, and of course Mission Indradhanush, you all know that's another tremendous achievement of our immunization levels hovering around between 60 to 75%. Again, there's a huge interstate as well as interstate variations, which most of you are aware. That Mission Indradhanush pushed all this to in 90s. Mid-90s to 3 years ago, now we are working towards high 90s. And our COVID vaccination has proved that it can be done, it can be improved further. So, with all this in mind, National Policy 2017 came up. I was part of the initial discussion in 2014-15, and then subsequently the NHSRC took it over. Of course, I was not in that time. I was in the armed forces for 6 years, out of which 8 years as Dr. Anil also I spent outside in Botswana Planning Commission, and 1.5 years in Modern Institute of Medical Sciences and 1.5 years in Jawaharlal Nehru University to learn the philosophy and methodology of epidemiology. So that's why for 14-15 initial, when this government took over, constituted a committee, and I was part of that when we wrote the first draft national policy. So we looked at the basic aim was to improve the status of health through concerted policy action in all sectors, and expand preventive, promotive, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative services to the public health. Otherwise, we should have linkages with private, but we should not be dependent. Person in the remotest of areas, everything should be available over there. Initial discussions, there were a lot of discussions about that to go more for private sector. I'm not against private sector. We are working with private sector, but we said private sector doesn't come much in the primary health care. So CPHC we have to provide from government and link that with the private sector and also our higher level facilities for some secondary which is not available and a lot of tertiary. And if you see over the years, the government expenditure, which our national policy of 2017 mandated, that 66% of the government expenditure should be in the primary. I was part of the team which wrote the 11th plan of the country 2007 and 8. We mentioned 70-20-10, primary, second, tertiary. But of course, in NHP, I think rightfully they made it 2/3, 66%. And from 47, 48% in 2013-14, in 2019-20, we reached 56%. That's the amount of the total government expenditure which is being spent in primary care. The government expenditure in primary care is increasing, in tertiary care is reducing, secondary is almost static, whereas private sector, tertiary is increasing, primary is reducing. And that's, I think a very heartening graph. I don't have the presentation, but if you all, I can share these graphs with you. But they're available in our national accounts, which we find very, very happy to see all that. So all this was being done to move towards UHC and to achieve the SDG goals. But then we all know what happened in 2019, the COVID came. Till now, we were strengthening, and I've shared with you the national account of 2019-20, that's up to 31st March 2020. We had tremendous progress as such in everything. Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers were being, the sub-centers and DSCs were being converted to ABHWC. The PMJ was beginning to get implemented, and COVID then, initially derailed all this. We all know the challenges which were there, but we all also know that barring that 15 days of the second wave, which we have to admit, where none of us knew what to do, because of the Delta wave and because of the sudden surge in requirement of the critical care bed, the oxygen requirement, and all the other ancillary equipment and all, the entire last 2.5+ years, we have managed exceedingly well. The initial models of the COVID-19 cases as well as mortality wrote us off. I did a review of the systematic review of the 35 models which are available by May 2020, and where we showed clearly that all these models will not prove to be fruitful, because in India, with a huge differences, geographical differences and others, it will be only small models, regional models, which will finally be effective. And that's why the government formed the consortium which looked at the regional specific models and all, which were quite near to what happened eventually. And then, of course, the success of COVID and all. In addition to that, what the vaccine which we know, the amount spent on ventilators and oxygen concentrators and treating the entire oxygen ecosystem, where we are now looking at, oxygen labs also. I saw the excellent skill lab of JSS Medical College just now, which is much, much better than several other places which I have visited, with the not only high fidelity mannequins and all, there's also high fidelity, equipment and machines for the ultrasonography and also for the endoscopy and for all the, super specialists also. The PMJ and ABHWC, that's what we realized in 2018, though it was launched. COVID in 2021, then we decided that no, we have to make 150,000 facilities functional as HWCs by 2022 December, which we did. We did more than, we did 1.54 lakh. And today we have 1.59645, almost 1.6 lakh facilities, which are converted to health and wellness centers, sub-centers and PHCs. The learnings from COVID led to the Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure. We realized that we didn't have beds, we didn't have labs. Emergency COVID response package 1 and 2 were given, and I'll come to that. So how those strengthened it immediately. But this is the largest infrastructure mission ever launched, 60,000 odd crores of, I'm sorry, I'm not able to convert in billions just now. Maths being weak, that's why I became a doctor. So that over 5 years, coupled with the 15 Finance Commission grants. See, we have been talking in our country about the community processes. We've also been talking in a country of strengthening the Panchayati Raj institutions and urban local bodies. But we never gave them funds for health. We gave them funds only for hygiene, sanitation, and some other, of course, all the other areas, but specific core health were not given. Even though constitutional amendments were done in 1992, it took us more than 25 years to give them the dedicated finance, 15 grants of health to 15 Finance Commission in 2021, where they are now empowered to utilize these at the health facilities which they have on the ground. Of course, the first question which came up, not only from health, even from the Ministry of Panchayati Raj and those who deal in urban, that they are not empowered. We said, let us give them funds, then they'll get empowered over the period of time. So the capacity building of PRIs and ULBs is going on, and currently these funds are, again, each state varies. Certain southern states and all are giving funds through these PRIs and ULBs. Certain northern states are still utilizing through NHM, but involving them in the planning and all. But we are hopeful that in the 16th Finance Commission, so there's 70,000 odd crores in 15th Finance Commission for 5 years, 21, 22, 25, 26, for strengthening the health infrastructure. So both these combined AB and Infrastructure Mission and 15th Finance Commission grants, we're looking at creating critical care blocks in 602 districts, 50, 75, 100 million, depending on the population of the district, which is over and above the district hospitals, over and above the Indian public health standards. And when we talk of grants, we mentioned we include the infrastructure, the capital cost, the building, the equipment, and also some HR. Of course, Finance Commission later on told us no HR. We did not initially agree, so that is no more there from 23 onwards. We have also those working in since long in public health know that each state has state public health labs. So we said, why not each district? So each district being given 1.25 crores for creating a district public health lab, state-of-the-art district public health lab. I was talking with Dr. Umesh Kapil in the morning that I would like to take him to Raipur sometime, Chhattisgarh, where the first one was inaugurated last year. And it's a district hospital. Sir asked first question, medical college, I said no, it's a district hospital. And this will be linked with every block having block public health with lab, with the surveillance unit and management unit. That's the funding which is available. That's what the states are currently doing. The other is ABDM, Ayushman Digital Mission. So digital health interventions, and a lot of these interventions have become digital public goods for them. And that's what the Government of India has done, which is now available. And I'll come to this subsequently. I hope I have some time. Okay. So ECRP 1 and 2, emergency COVID response packages, the initial one of 16,000 crores, next one only 20,000 crores, strengthen our health system to address COVID. I'm not going to details. The first one basically was more on drugs, diagnostics, and some oxygen systems and all. Second one looked at infrastructure also in addition to these, and also Centers for Excellence and teleconsultation. When we have the system, when we have these finances, as a public and special also, since ages, we have also, we root the fact that, we don't have adequate funds in the public. So the first time when there are funds beyond NHM. During my interview, when I appeared, they asked me that, you are a major general in the army, the board is about to be held for the next rank. Why do you intend quitting and joining this if you get selected? I said, this is the most interesting time in the public sector right now. Because the first time when the funds are available, when the guidelines are there, the challenging part is implementation, which has always been, which is now more so. The more funds you have, you have to link these funds to the absorptive capacity of the system. You can't just push funds and the NHP says 2.5% of GDP. It's time to stop thinking about that. It's time to look at our GDP. We are one of few countries where GDP is increasing by 7 to 8% per annum. We have to look at the actual amount. In 13-14, the per capita being spent on individual was 1,100 rupees. Today we are spending 2,200, almost double per capita. So it is time we stop thinking about percentage of GDP. We start thinking about per capita, how much we are spending on an individual, and how we are improving the entire ecosystem. So how to measure what we have done? We need standards. So National Rural Mission thought of the Indian Public Health Standards in 2007, revised in 12. Then NHSRC revised in 2022. So these IPHS 2022, which are just been, and I would exhort all the students here to must go through these. They're available on an NHSRC website for each facility. They are flexible. They are more towards service provision of what kind of assured quality service they have to be provided. It talks about infrastructure, talks about HR, talks about drugs, diagnostics, the service provision at all. And flexibility is given to states. If a specialist is seeing more than 60 patients per day in OPD, you can ask for another specialist. There's no fixed thing that each DH will have so many specialists only. So that's the kind of flexibility which is there. And we have given targets for states that 50% of the healthcare facility should be IPHS compliant. And leveraging technology, we have designed a software which we are sharing with the states now. That each facility over a period of 1 week or so, spending only half an hour to an hour per day, can easily feed all the data, get a dashboard which he or she can share with anyone in the country, and see what are the areas we need to strengthen to become IPHS compliant. And any facility which is IPHS compliant is as good as National Quality Assurance Standard. The moment someone is compliant, look at the gaps which are still there as per NQAS. Again, that tool has also been given to states by a district hospital level. We are working on other facilities also. And then you apply for the certification of national quality assurance standards. Again, it ranges from 40 to 70%. On an average, 50% of all healthcare facilities have to be NQA certified by 25-26. It's a huge number. So we are increasing the pool of external as well as internal assessors as such. Kayakalp award I have already mentioned. HRH is again challenging, and public health management cadre. So I was including it, but thanks to Anil who reminded me, please include this in your talk, and definitely I can't have any kind of talk in today's era in our country without referring to public health management cadre. There's a lot of confusion in the state and also in academia and everywhere, because we were asked by ministry, we made a huge guidelines and all details of each and everything, but the ministry asked us to give only a very short, small kind of guidelines, about 15 odd pages only, to give the outline and give the flexibility to states. But that led to more confusion eventually. So we had meetings with all the states in the last 6 months. We involved Dr. V.K. Paul, who is a member of health, DCIO also in this, to chair those meetings. There is 4 cadres in every state. The teaching cadre, which is beyond NHRC as such, that is being regulated by the National Medical Commission. We have specialist cadre. We asked states to create specialist cadre. Third is the public health cadre, and fourth is the health management cadre. So specialist cadre will have specialists of all specialties. Public health will have medical officers starting at the base level. We'll have those MBBS with MD community medicine or public and PSM and MPH starting at different levels as per the community. But this MPH has to be full time 2 years and MBBS background. The health management cadre is the one which will take a lot of load off the specialists as well as the public health specialists for management of the programs. So in this, up to 70%, again, flexibility is the state, but we say that roughly 70% will be those with Ayush, dental, nursing, any background, and MPH. It could be general sciences also with MPH, full time again. They'll become part of this cadre. 70% will be those even without MPH who are management people, to look at the HR, to look at supply chain management, logistic issues and all. So that's the health management cadre which is being envisaged. That's what we had declared. Now, after post those meetings, states are requesting us to have in-depth analysis of their states. We have already done for 3, J&K and HP and one more, and we are creating specific cadres for them. Financing is the issue, so we thought, okay, let it be value financial neutral first. Let's look at what you have, put them into cadres, and then subsequently look at what do you need as per IGHS 2022. And then later on go for new recruitment. New recruitment always are challenging in every state. So healthy living, I must mention about the wellness, which we now say that it is our health facility should look at wellness. That's why there's an Eat Right campaign, there's a Fit India campaign. I don't know the details of that. Link this with the wellness sessions in every health and wellness center. 10 wellness sessions have to be done per month. There are 42 health calendar days which they have to observe. Out of this, they can choose any 10 out of that. So there's a move towards, creating this wellness thing where people visit the facilities before getting ill, without being ill. And that's why we have created Jan Arogya Samitis at the subset at the health centers. It's the Rogi Kalyan Committee, which is Jan Arogya Samitis, to improve the conversation process involve the community as well. And we are also looking at, strengthening the VHSNCs further, their role, village and nutrition day, what all it can done. Not to forget the health workers. We said, okay, let there be a fit health worker campaign also. So that is also part of this, where health workers are not being, forgotten as such. But initially, people didn't know what all is available. So even though people like me are not too much in favor of, melas and vertical kind of, one-off activities, but we said, okay, for 1 year, let there be health mela on 14th of every month in every health and wellness center, to make people aware that what all is being done, what all is there, and at least once a month they'll visit where wellness activities will take place, screening for hypertension, diabetes, and 3 common cancers, oral cervical, breast will also take. And we have digital health interventions to, track all these and address all this. With the overall aim, of course, of financial protection. The digital health, I just have a quick word here. The target now is to, reach the goals and objectives of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which was initially announced in 2019, but finally the actual guidelines and all implementation came from 2021 onwards because of COVID delay. But we did tremendously in teleconsultation. We were the first one in April 2022. We released the ESG guidelines, and we have 121 million till date of plus almost 102 who have utilized this facility, out of which 95% are those who have done it from the e-Sanjeevani HWCR. That means an assisted teleconsultation by the CHO. That's a new cadre again, I must mention the HWC, which was not there earlier, with an addition of an ANM, multiple workers at the health center level, at the center level. The APDM includes ABHA ID of everyone, which everyone has to create, health professional registry, health facility registry. With the integration of all these, there is seamless availability longitudinally of data of everyone, which will help in equity, which will also help in, following up, which will help in the overall outputs and outcomes of all our. Technology can also now be utilized by, we've been talking about training, hybrid mode, or even online mode. We have gone beyond now. You're looking at utilizing virtual reality for this. And the first, app is being developed for the reproductive maternal unit health only. So, we are hopeful that over the next 2 to 3 months, when it is ready, that kind of virtual reality will be provided to all the healthcare workers to see that when you get a case, what should be done immediately. The challenges, of course, as you all are aware, we have a triple burden. We have the unfinished agenda of RMNCH, which of course has to continue. The communicable diseases, the emerging, re-emerging, and existing ones, and of course the non-communicable diseases. Currently, we have more than 63% of deaths in our country as of 2019 data linked to non-communicable. So that's why the screenings and all, and continuum of care, again, something easier said than done. That's why we were discussing just before this that the college can look at, working at district level, get into implementation research to create the continuum of care models, or look at the NAFLD, or any kind of initiatives where you create a model which we look at. Because sitting in Delhi, we also have a portal which looks at innovative best practices and also innovation in technology. So any kind of best practices or anything, and we have a portal now, we're creating now implementation research health system center, where we have dedicated funding also available, and where we work with all the institutions. We ask them to create certain models which could be upscaled and replicated as per the success of the small initiative. The way forward, I'll quickly, I think, end my talk. Number one is, the community participation. I don't need to allude it further. I've already discussed it, the efforts being done. But this time now, there was something, we had researchers from JHU and Harvard and all, which talked about, community audit. So I said, very sorry, we should look at community and social accountability rather than social audit. Because there's a lot of intangibles, let's not talk about it. And our communities not reach that stage with the power equations as such in every community and every level. Let's look at social accountability. And that's why community participation is more important. And instead of any audits, audits could be done for the building and all that, and infrastructure under Narega and other things. Capacity building is important. Leverage technology for that. It's not only how many you train, it matters is how much skill change you are able to do that. That is important when you talk about capacity building. Again, everyone needs to work together in this. Tertiary care institutions as well as the primary and secondary. IT-based solutions, the challenge now is that almost 40% of the time of healthcare workers is being spent in data management. They have to do the manual as well as they feed the data. Too many portals, too many passwords, usernames to remember. Single sign and sign off window for all portals, for all these things. All should be integrated so that data once entered does not have to be entered again. Only new thing which is required to be entered. That's where ABHA ID will help everyone. So that needs to be hastened. And there also, small models can be shown at district or state level, utilizing strengthening supply chain management. That's another challenging area. The nutrition, again, even though, tremendous progress is there, as per the joint malnutrition estimates released by UNICEF just 3 days ago, but we need to do much, much more on nutrition as such. The public amendment cadre, as I mentioned earlier, again, how to, encourage states, how to help states to create this. The development partners, again, we have a lot of them in various states. What we tell them repeatedly is that, and even CSR funds also, what we tell them and discuss with them now is that strengthen the existing policies and programs rather instead of creating a panel structure. That's what we have discussed, and that's what a lot of them have now started moving towards it. So I'm sure, those present here, the students and also the faculty would be, getting more and more and more with the public health system as such. The faculty can get involved as assessors, the state level or even national assessors for quality and patient safety. And there's not a big commitment in the course for 6 days, which we done in the National Health System Resource Center. And you do 3 minimum assessments per year. You'll see the country, you'll also see the healthcare facilities, and you'll come to know what is happening and what good is happening, what are the challenges, what are the enabling factors. You could also get involved in implementation research at the national level, at state level, and all the MPH and MD community medicine that they can think of joining. So as I mentioned, NHSRC, we also have internships and the fellowship program also. Look at our website where you are, in which field you are interested in. Any one of you who belongs to Northeast or who wants to work in Northeast, we have any RRC with the opportunity for internship and fellowship also, and of course other jobs, of course, which are, and even yesterday my team shared with me the 8 vacancies which we already uploaded with senior consultant, lead consultant, consultants at various levels. So that's the core public health, where you will be working with the state, with the central government in policy making as well as in implementation, understanding all the challenges on ground level and learning and growing in the process. So with that, I think I'll stop here. I think I've exceeded my time. I was wondering how much will I speak for 30 minutes without any PowerPoint and all, but I think I've exceeded my time. Thank you for a patient listening, and once again, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the Vice Chancellor of JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Dr. Surinder Singh, to felicitate our Chief Guest, Major General Dr. Atul Kotwal.
Yeah.
Thank you, respected sirs and ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kiranmani Muralidhar, Research Physician, Public Health Research Institute of India, to introduce our guest of honor for today, Dr. Umesh Kapil, President of the Epidemiological Foundation of India and Secretary of the National Academy of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, India.
Just waiting a minute for Umesh sir to come back. Good morning, one and all. It is my honor to introduce Professor Dr. Umesh Kapil today. Dr. Umesh Kapil is presently working as the Secretary at National Academy of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. He is an alumnus of All India Institute of Medical Sciences and is trained in public health nutrition and epidemiology. Dr. Kapil is a national and international leader in the field of public health nutrition and has been involved in several major national research studies. He has been a researcher, teacher, policy enabler, advocate, and activist who has worked to promote public health nutrition, especially in the field of prevention of micronutrient deficiencies across the lifespan. Dr. Kapil has worked with and in many committees in advisory and consultancy positions and with several national, governmental, and UN agencies, including the Indian Council of Medical Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Industries, UNICEF, WHO, USAID, and the Aga Khan Foundation. In view of his contribution to the field, Dr. Kapil has been a recipient of several awards, which include the B.C. Srivastava Indian Council of Medical Research National Award, Senior Scientist Award from the Nutrition Society of India, M.K. Sheshadri ICMR National Award, C.N. Raju ICMR National Award, and Hargovind National Award from the Indian Academy of Pediatrics. He was elected Fellow of the Indian Public Health Association and National Academy of Medical Sciences and received a conferred fellowship from the Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine. Dr. Kapil was elected President of the Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine and is currently the President of Epidemiology Foundation of India. Dr. Kapil has implemented numerous research projects funded by national organizations and the UN and has published various scientific articles, technical reports, and books in the field of public health. We welcome you, sir, to our symposium.
Thank you very much for such a detailed introduction. I didn't send all these things to you, sir. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. My salutations to Major General Kotwal, sir, Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, BG, sir. I saw a plaque in your room which said BG, sir. Dr. Anil and to Purnima ji 1 and Purnima ji 2. It's indeed my great privilege and honor to be here and to participate in the inaugural function of SWASTHYAM, jointly organized by JSS Academy of Higher Education and Public Health Research Institute of India. Before coming to this place, I was just looking at the background of JSS Academy of Higher Education. It's a wonderful academic institution. They have published 11,900 research publications in collaboration with 90 universities, international universities. And the publications are in most prestigious journal of the world. New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, JAMA, and so on and so forth. They have approximately 975 PhD students who have just completed or completing their PhD. They are the backbone of research for the university. Similarly, they have filed at least 180 patents, a large number of patents, highly commendable. Some of them have been published, some of them have been accepted, some of them have been put into the translation. It's a highly commendable for a university which is hardly 30 years or maybe about 40 years old. So highly commendable. Well, if you ask me, honestly, Dr. Kotwal has mentioned so many initiatives of the government of India which has been done in the last 15 years. Sir, my humble submission to you would be, it would be good to have a booklet on different initiatives which have been undertaken by the government of India, because majority of us would not know about it and where to read it. We may have a small booklet in which each program can be mentioned and with a babbling so that those who are interested, they can go through it. Honestly, I am also not aware about so many things which have been initiated, which will be of great help. In India, if you look at, there's a number of emerging health problems. In the field of non-communicable diseases, We are labeled as the diabetic capital of the world. We have a problem of mental health disorders. We have a big problem of obesity. Not to mention about this hall, but every third, fourth woman in the airport or any other place is obese. And to my understanding of last 30, 40 years working in the field of nutrition, obesity is the mother of all diseases. You may look at the hypertension, you may look at the kidney diseases, blood pressure, stroke, everything. And it is something which needs to be looked into. We have issues like universal health coverage. We have funds, but the accessibility of that utilization of the facilities is extremely poor. Not extremely poor, but poor. It has been seen that people don't walk more than 3 kilometers to get a healthcare facility. They go to the local traditional practitioner. Now with the road transport, it is improving. There's no doubt about it. But what is happening is that there's a need to look into these issues. If you look at the medical college, 40 kilometers around the medical college, we have 108 facilities of ambulance. Anybody gives a ring, ambulance brings a pregnant mother and dumps her into the medical college. And the gynae ward doesn't have that many beds available. So we are doing one way, we are taking the traffic from one place to another place. But have we strengthened these wards to take care of these? I think that these are some of the issues which we need to look into. Public health experts are needed. Look at the recent COVID epidemic. Right from the central level, state level, district level, municipal level, everybody was producing evidence. Look, my scientific evidence says so many number of patients, I need so much of vaccine, so much of logistics, so many respirators. So what is happening? That we are asking for evidence-based solution. We are giving the data to the government. They're producing the evidence and asking them to supply. This is something very big change we have seen during the COVID epidemic. And people have been fighting. They look, this is the load of the patient I have. I need so much of vaccine. I need so many of respirators and so on. But what is most important is that we have to look into these issues based on the scientific evidence. And scientific evidence can only be produced by the public health experts, MPH graduates, so that they can change the policy, they can modify the interventions which are being undertaken. This is something very important. The best thing about the MPH program is it's a multidisciplinary approach. The training is multidisciplinary. The students are being trained in the epidemiology, biostatistics, nutrition, maternal child health, everything. So what happens is they are also trained in the leadership. So they can choose whatever they want to work in the area of field according to their interest. But my personal conviction is that each and every MPH student or MPH graduate should have a strong hold on epidemiology and biostatistics. Because we have a large amount of data which can be analyzed, looked into, and the etiology of the disease can be developed. Based on the data, all the national health strategies which are being implemented can be modified. Like, for example, if you look at the central level I know of, a number of MPH graduates are helping the government of India in implementation of national health program. At the state level again, we have MPH graduates. At the district level, almost all the district level people, the CMOs, they are trying to get the MPH graduates so that they are able to analyze the data, they are able to find out the deficiencies, and how to efficiently implement. And I tell you one thing, with little bit of experience I have, we don't have good people, dedicated people who have a good understanding of epidemiology and biostatistics. We don't have. Like this combination is a very good combination in which the student can help the government of India, or in fact in all fields. But this is something very important which can be taken up. If you look at another area which is coming up in a big way is what we call clinical research coordinator. In Delhi and all major hospitals, we find there are programs which are clinical trials. And these clinical trials, how they should be conducted, what are the protocol, what is the procedure, how they should be, data should be collected, how they should be stored, how the results should be transmitted, are being done by the clinical research coordinator. And this is a very upcoming field where we find that each and every clinical trial is being managed by the MPH graduate. Now, what is the most important is that if you look at the MPH graduate or public health experts vis-a-vis the clinician treats one person and public health expert deals with the entire population. His efforts of a clinician can be seen by many, but public health expert a contribution is very invisible, basically. If I ask someone that who eradicated smallpox, nobody would be able to tell you. Who eradicated polio? Nobody would be able to tell you. Why? Because it's a team effort. Right? We can say that such and such person developed the smallpox vaccine, typhoid vaccine. They can identify one person, but when you look at some of these issues like guinea worm eradication or reduction in the iodine deficiency disorder, it's a teamwork. There are multiple stakeholders, they come together and then they achieve a success in the public health domain. I can give you an example, recent example. Last 5 years, I worked with a team of a group of people who are good. We decided and we pursued it for 10 years, not 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. And we ensured that for anemia, we were giving treatment of anemia with 100 milligram tablet of iron. We contributed scientific evidence was generated, and we got it reduced from 100 milligram tablet to 60 milligram in last 5 years. Similarly, we were giving entry-coated tablet of iron, IFA, which to all adolescent girls, and they were going into the stomach, and you know that iron is absorbed in presence of acidic medium. So they were entry-coated tablets were going into the intestine, no absorption. We produced results. We produced scientific evidence with the help of biochemical and the absorption studies, with help of Anurag Urpat from St. John's Medical College, and showed it to the administrator. It was stopped. IFA entry-coated tablet was stopped. Similarly, the group which I work with, we initiated that non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is an important problem. People are not aware about it till the symptoms goes into the next stage of NASH. We created the environment. Of course, we had the technical expertise and other people. We got, with the help under the leadership of ministry, they don't like, ministry doesn't like it. We take the credit. We gave them all the credit. We helped them And then what happened? We got our national guidelines, operational guidelines for implementation of non-alcoholic material disease. And then it was released by the government of India. Honorable Health Minister released it. And now they're part of the National Communicable Disease Program. So what I mean to say is, it's an effort. Individuals never get the credit. But at the end of the day, all public health experts feel satisfied. Look, I was part of the team which achieved. That's something which is very heartening and very, satisfying. I would like to finish last few sentences to the young people. Wherever you are, develop strong epidemiological skills and be good in biostatistics. Because these are the two areas where we need maximum, everybody needs support. Epidemiology and biostatistics. Epidemiology can understand the pattern of the disease, you can talk about the containment strategy, you can talk about the etiology and so forth. Biostatistics, you can analyze the data and do it. Second thing I would like to say, remain academically active. If you are working in the field of COVID, read all the journals, all the articles related to COVID, which have been published by CDC or NSAID or WHO. Be up to date in the area in which you are working. Last thing is, develop good writing skills. Because you have to produce reports. Wherever you are, maybe now or maybe 10 years down the line, you will have to develop good writing skills, good reports you have to publish. And those reports have to be good in the reading part. Work hard for your success. Because that's something very important in public health. You have to work hard because it's a very challenging area in which you are. And I have a personal feeling, either you publish or you perish. In public health, you have to publish. So that not only your institution, your peers, but all over the world, people would know about it. That this is what is. This gentleman is doing so much of work. Okay, sitting in a, like, I can give you example of, let's stop. There was a study which was conducted near Nagpur in villages, and they gave gentamicin injection to the primary healthcare worker. It led to a reduction of neonatal mortality and infant mortality. Now what happened? It was published in Lancet, it was published in all important World Health journals. And people invited them, how you have done it, how you have achieved it. Good, very good. In fact, Ministry of Health, ICMR, they also constituted a task force. How did they achieve so much of low infant mortality and neonatal mortality? But that particular project was never replicable in the real life situation. ICMR conducted a 5-center study using the same protocol, same thing. It could not be replicated. Because in that particular project in near Nagpur, it was do and die situation for the investigator. But when talk about the real life situation, it is good there. So please make sure that we need sustainable solution. We need a solution which can be replicated at least in that region. Okay, may not be, maybe in Karnataka, may not be same in Jammu and Kashmir or Himachal Pradesh or Northeastern state, but at least in those areas it should be replicated. Well, these are the few thoughts which I had, and I thought I'm grateful again to the organizers Dr. Anil and Dr. Singh for inviting me over here. And I represent also here National Academy of Medical Sciences. And we support the scientific exchange between the two institutions. If you want to come and work with All Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi, develop a proposal, send it to the vice chancellor or the principal. We support you to go and learn new techniques, provided that person allows you to permit you to join there. We have a program for the CME activities. These two submitters for the CME will try to help you with some nominal funds. We also have program for recognizing talents. So all your MPH students, DX students, they can apply for the Associate Fellow of National Academy of Medical Sciences. And that's our essential criteria. We will definitely honor them with our, they will be part of our team. So we have many activities. Please do let us know. And sir, please till that, send us a video. We'll circulate it to all PGs, all the academy members who are already MD with 5 years of experience. They want to come and join you. Send us an SOP that so that we can. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs and guidance. Now I would request our beloved Principal, Dr. H. Baswanagowda, to proceed as his guest.
Hello, Ishu.
दूसरे के लिए म्यूजिक ढूंढ के रखो.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We once again welcome Dr. Kiranmai Muralidharan, Research Physician and Public Health Research Institute of India, to introduce our next guest of honor, Dr. Purnima Madhivanan, the Associate Professor, Department of Health Promotion Sciences, University of Arizona.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Purnima Madhivanan today. Dr. Madhivanan is an Associate Professor in Health Promotion Sciences at the Mel and Ines Zuckerman College of Public Health at University of Arizona. An infectious disease epidemiologist by training, she completed her medical training from Mysore Medical College and has an MPH and PhD in epidemiology from the University of California, Berkeley. She is the founder of Public Health Research Institute of India, or PHRII. In 2005, she established a clinic in Mysore while completing her PhD dissertation. This clinic became PHRII, or Prayer Women's Health Initiative, in 2007 and has been delivering low-cost, high-quality reproductive health services to thousands of low-income women living in Mysore district. This organization has been recognized as a scientific and industrial research organization by the Government of India and a training site in global health. Dr. Madhivanan has been a recipient of the International Leadership Award and the HIV Prevention Research Ethics Fellowship. She has implemented various research projects funded by National Institutes of Health and has served as an advisor to a number of state departments of public health in the US
and non-profit as well as governmental research organizations in the US and in India. She currently is a Fulbright scholar and is working to enhance research and care for women cancer survivors in India. Dr. Madhivanan is a mentor to numerous students and fellows globally and director of the Global Health Equity Scholars Training Program in collaboration with universities such as Stanford, Yale, University of California, and Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Dr. Madhivanan's vision and work in public health has brought several outstanding opportunities for collaboration, such as this symposium we are having today. We welcome you, ma'am, to SWASTHYAM and call upon you to say a few words.
Good afternoon, good morning, namaste. Before I start, I want to first honor my ancestors, my elders, my teachers, and my mentors whose shoulders I have stood on and I'm here today. I'm not going to give you a long talk. I'm not going to give you a speech because I think you all have been sitting for a very long time, and as a public health practitioner, I think this is absolutely unhealthy. All I will tell you is I want to take this opportunity to actually tell you how exciting and how important it is for all of you young people out there to talk to the people sitting next to you. Today, if I'm here, it all happened by me having a discussion with one of my medical students who happened to have a dad who was working with Dr. Mahesh at JSS. So through him, I got to meet Dr. Mahesh, and that was 13 years ago. And since then, we have been collaborating not just on research, but on teaching, mentoring, and now it's come to this that we are hosting an international conference. JSS has been a great partner for all of us in the community because Public Health Research Institute of India is a community-based organization. Since then, we have collaborations with people like Professor Praveen Kulkarni, who is now the Vice Principal. We've had collaborations with Dr. Subbarao, who is in biochemistry, and now most recently, our collaboration with Dr. Anil Bilimale has literally jump-started a whole different area in teaching and mentoring and research. So I'm going to stop here, and if any of you have anything to ask me, I am always here and I'm happy to talk to you, and I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Anil Bilimale to felicitate Dr. Poonima Madhivanan, ma'am.
May I mute, Madi?
It's 12:15 p.m. Thank you, sir. To deliver the presidential address, I now call upon our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Surendra Singh, sir. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I offer my respectful pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Swamiji, the Honorable Chancellor of JSS Academy of Education, sir. My warm greetings to the chief guest for today's program, Major General Professor Dr. Atul Kotwal,
the Executive Director of National Health System Resource Center, National Health Mission, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. My warm greetings to guest of honor for today's program, Dr. Umesh Kapil, who is President of Epidemiology Foundation of India and also Secretary, National Academy of Medical Sciences. And he is also the Professor and Head of Department of Gastroenterology, Department of All India Institute of Medical Science. Sir, I would like to express my profound gratitude to both of you because at a very short notice, because what happened, Dr. Alin Bilevele walked into my room. Sir, we have got an international conference coming up. Why don't you be the chief guest? I said, you see, what happens is you keep on thinking within Mysore only. We have to get out of Mysore. And that's the mindset we should change now. And our board of management members have always been saying that it's high time that we connect with the policy makers and opinion makers sitting in the corridors of powers of government of India. We should connect because we have a lot of potential over here. Swamiji's blessing, we have created world-class infrastructure over here. But they always say this infrastructure is circumscribed and confined to only Mysore only. Nobody outside knows about it. So it's the time to think differently. Then he said, then you get me the chief guest. So then what I did was I picked up the phone and talked to Dr. Rakesh Srivastava, who is a former Director General of Health Services, and he was my boss when I was the Drug Controller General of India. I called him, sir, we need policy makers to be coming for this international conference because it is very prestigious for us. So within, I think, 15-20 minutes, he got back to me. You see here, Dr. Kotwal has agreed to be the chief guest, and Dr. Umesh Kapil has agreed to be the guest of honor. So we have got two policy makers sitting in Delhi, and Dr. Atul Kotwal, he's basically a think tank of the government of India for anything to do with the health ministry proposals, and he very eloquently elaborated what all he is doing over there and the government of India is doing. And I will just share with you also, because most of you are the faculty of MPH and the students also over here, that what he has here to offer to you. Because this is what we want. We want the people who are the opinion makers, the shakers, the ones who can change with one stroke the very landscape of their entire career also. I also extend my warm welcome to Dr. H. Vasana Godappa, who has been like a principal of Justice Medical College and whom I always admire because they were all praising his skill in simulation lab. I think this credit entirely goes to him because to create this lab, he had this passion that we should create one of the best labs. And you see, getting 22 crores from the authority is not easy. You have to have a vision, a power to convince the authority that you see, I'm going to create one of the best facilities, and you heard our guest of honor and the chief guest speaking about the quality of the facility which is going to be there. And I can assure you that once Dr. BG starts using it for the NHRCs, SRCs, and also with National Academy of Medical Sciences, Swamiji will not think twice before he gives you robotics also. You have been always asking for robotics, but you see, before you ask for something, you have to actually show results, and I think they will come. My profound gratitude to Dr. Purnima Madhivanan, she is very closely associated with us. She is from, as has been mentioned also, from Department of Health Promotion Sciences, University of Arizona, and Fulbright fellowship with us, working over here. Very passionately and closely she is working with us. And I think this today's international conference, we owe a lot to you. Thank you very much. And my greetings to dignitaries of the time, who I feel I'm bound to greet Dr. Ahmed Suma, our Vice Principal, our Dr. Parveen Kulkarni, because they are the people who have been basically trying to see that Dr. Alin gets all the support, because organizing these types of conferences at a very short notice is not possible. And let me also extend very warm greetings to the person whom I personally admire and whom Dr. Purnima also mentioned over here, that is our Dr. Mahesh. I think if we are in Lancet and if we are in best journals in the world, I think we owe a lot to Dr. Mahesh. My greetings to Ms. Purnima also, Jai Krishna, a very warm welcome to you, madam. And we are very happy that you are representing Public Health Research Institute of India over here. And just because what I feel is that if we are coming to this forum, there should be something takeaway. There should be something purposeful, impactful, which should come out of this forum once we walk out of this door. Then this becomes very meaningful, and I'll come to that quickly. I also express my great gratitude to Dr. Anil Vile, our coordinator for this program, and all his team members, including Dr. Manasa, like our Professor School of Public Health, and all the members of the School of Public Health, Medical College, Public Health Research Institute of India, faculty, staff, students, media person, all our source persons who have come from the different parts of the world. A very warm greeting to all of you. Now, at the outset, I would like to say, as a Vice Chancellor, I am very happy that this type of an international conference, especially 2 days, could be scrambled and put in place just within 3 months. Usually, if you see conferences, national conferences, they take 1 to 2 years to organize. And international, not less than 2 years to get that person. I think it is because of Dr. Purnima and our connect globally that we have the resource persons coming from all over the world who are eminent experts and with a lot of specific domain knowledge. And these are the vice chancellors, professors belonging to the diverse field of public health, respiratory medicine. I think, Madam, my gratitude to both of you. I think excellent teamwork. This is what we have to see. If you have got committed people, dedicated people, anything is possible. So this is, I think, one strong message which comes. And I also thank all the resource persons who also came at a very short notice all over the globe. And I'm told by Dr. Anil that they belong to almost from the University of Illinois, Chicago, University of Southern California, Florida International University, and they are among the top 100 universities in the world. Let me also share you that what happens is that sometimes we downplay how important we are also. So maybe by today evening, we'll have the results of the this Times Higher Education Impact Ranking coming out also, an SDG ranking, and there will be something very heartwarming for Dr. PG. You are amongst the top SDG 3 performers in the world, I would say. That has come to know because the symposium is tomorrow, so I'm not supposed to share the results. I will share the results with you very proudly, and we are very proud of our medical college because it has put us on the world map, and we are amongst the best in the world. That I think we'll come to know by today evening also. And the thematic area which has been chosen over here are public health, healthy living, and sustainable development goals. So when I was basically discussing with my mentor, Dr. R.K. Srivastava, so he said, sir, what should be the outcome of this? So what he said was there are 3 areas which are expected to be done in this because he very closely knows what we can do. So the number one he said is, and this also, he got in touch with me and told me that we have got a telemedicine and we have got an executive director over here from MHRC. This is one area we should look. And we should also, because we are working with a lot of these trusts also over here, and Madam is also there, is also there. We should think of getting government funding to put this, to energize our telemedicine program. We should not depend upon the state government. We should get the funds from the central government to energize. And Dr. Purva just told me that they can give the seed money for it. There are a number of programs and projects for which the money can come. So telemedicine should be one of the areas because what we feel is that NHRC is working on embedded public health programs. So that's the one advantage which is going to be there. And this symposium, I personally feel, it is going to result in a paradigm shift in the way we think we work in our GSS Medical College and in GSS Academy of Education. Just for all the students who are here and our faculty members over here, I was discussing that any takeaways I can quickly give to my students over here and faculty. So he has offered 3 things. He said your people can apply for fellowship once they have done their MPH. They will be more support and welcome. And also our students can go for internship for 2-3 months and they get stipend also. Good amount of stipend as far as Delhi is concerned. Third is some of our faculty, on those students who pass out MPH, sir said we can take them as consultants. If you're working as a consultant in the government of India, it will change your profile and also changes your exposure at the national level also. And he has also said that some of our faculty, and this is for you, that you could be EQUAS team member for NHSRC for evaluation of other institutions. They'll be more than willing taking and Dr. Anil and Dr. Manasa on his team and also other public health faculty who can be assessors for NHSRC for evaluating other institutions in the country. So your profile changes. You work with the government of India, isn't it? What more could be asked from this symposium, international symposium which is there? Now, there was once I talked to about this because I also connect with my bosses and mentors. So I was just discussing with Dr. Yogesh Chawla, and he's a former director of PGI Chandigarh, and he's a very well-known hepatologist and a gastroenterologist. He said, if you are having this symposium, why don't you float this idea of organizing some sort of a public awareness campaign on healthy living, one of the themes, because we have got this international NASH Day coming on 8th of June. So this is non-alcoholic steatotic hepatitis, that is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Why we don't do some sort of a public awareness? Because our lot of younger population, they eat junk food, and they may not be aware of it, that they are damaging their health. To create this awareness, and he also said that when his sponsorship is also required, he'll arrange it for us. So that's the passion. And with us also here, Dr. Umesh Kapil is there. There is himself a gastroenterologist, and also he mentioned that we could even get the message from Dr. Gyambi Zabo, who is the dean of Harvard Medical School, and she's on our board of management of JSSHR, and she'll be coming on 14th of July. And she also happens to be the president of American Association of Severe Liver Diseases also. So we can have a message from her also for this forum. So that's another second, I think, low-hanging fruit where we could work out. You see, big things can come, take their time. But what we should do, those which are low-hanging, grab them immediately, have a success story, and have a building blocks coming from them over there. And last thing which I would like to say over here is that we should be very closely working with the government program. And both our chief guest and our guest of honor, both sir have said that they will be like our Dr. Umesh Kapil said that they are open to have these video from our side in the skill and stimulation lab, share with all over the country, other institutions. They can come over here, they can know what type of world-class facility we have got. And just to, before I close, let me share with you, we have got mannequins in our this skill and stimulation lab. So when we were doing DSC 2C program, where our faculty was to go to school, colleges, I told them, take some of these mannequins and teach the students and the faculty, the students who are there in the colleges, how to give basic cardiology. Somebody in your family gets a heart attack, or somebody neighbor who gets this mannequin, and they were trained on how to give a first aid and how to do BCLS on these mannequins. It was very well received by all the college students and the faculty because it's an eye-opener. Otherwise, these mannequins are lying in our skill and simulation lab. That's what our Prime Minister always says. Bring science to the public. Bring science to the street. And every program which we have, it should have one basic theme in our mind, that it should have a very tangible societal impact. So with these words, I wish this symposium all the success and thank all the participants for the enthusiasm with which they are participating. And as a Vice Chancellor, I would love to hear that something very positive and impactful has come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome Ms. Kavita Chandrapa, Research Laboratory Manager from Public Health Research Institute of India, Mysore, who will now deliver the vote of thanks. Good afternoon, all. I offer my humble pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Jagadguru Dr. Sri Shivaratri Rajendra Mahaswamiji, and seeking the blessings of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji. Honorable Chief Guest and our most valued invited guests, it's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this International Symposium, SWASTHYAM 2023. I, on behalf of School of Public Health, Jesus Medical College, Jesus Academy of Higher Education and Research, and Public Health Research Institute of India, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to our distinguished chief guest, Major General Professor Dr. Atul Kotwal, Executive Director, National Health Systems Resources Center, National Health Mission, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, for being here on this special occasion. Your faith, advice, and valued opinions have certainly broadened the horizon of understanding of our representative gatherings and participants. Thank you, sir. On behalf of our SWASTHYAM 2023 and whole fraternity, I sincerely thank the guest of honor, Dr. Umesh Kapil, President, Epidemiology Foundation of India and Secretary, National Academy of Medical Sciences, India, for taking time from your busy schedule and gracing the occasion with your warm presence. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to the guest of honor, Dr. H. Basavannagaudappa, Principal, Jesus Medical College, Jesus Academy of Higher Education and Research, for his remarkable presence and constant motivation. Thank you, sir. I am very happy to extend my sincere thanks to the guest of honor, Dr. Purnima Madhivanan, Associate Professor, Department of Health Promotion Sciences, University of Arizona, for taking time from your busy schedule and gracing the occasion with your warm presence. Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the SWASTHYAM 2023 and whole fraternity, I sincerely thank our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. V. Suresh, JSS AHER, for your constant support. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Surendra Singh, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, for your wholehearted support to make this event a successful one. I'm very happy to express my thanks to our Registrar, Dr. B. Manjunatha, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, for your constant support. Thank you, sir. On behalf of the SWASTHYAM 2023 and whole fraternity, I extend my heartfelt thanks to our Principal, Dr. H. Basavannagaudappa, Vice Principal, Pre-Clinical, Dr. M.N. Suma, Vice Principal, Para-Clinical, Dr. Praveen Kulkarni, Administrative Officer, Mr. Satish Chandra, who had constantly given advice and highlighted the directions to take this event to greater heights. Thank you all. On behalf of the SWASTHYAM 2023, I sincerely thank the international speakers, Dr. Lynn B. Gerard, Dr. Pamela Hall, Dr. Jeffrey Krosner, Dr. Ashley Law, Dr. D.L. Stephens, and Dr. Carl Cook for taking time from your busy schedule and gracing the occasion with your warm presence. It's indeed a great honor for our college to have welcomed such a prominent speaker, known for their great contributions to their respective research fields. Thank you. I also wish to acknowledge the devoted endeavors of the organizing team, the School of Public Health and Public Health Research Institute of India, and also chairperson, judges, and other staff members. They all have striven hard, taking time by the forelock to execute the assigned tasks to perfection and to extend hospitality to all the guests and the participants. Thank you all. I express my heartfelt thanks to the IT department, press and media, the sponsors, hospitality partners, and transport and accommodation team. It's your financial and physical support, concern, and proportional strategies, and that we attribute to the great success of today's symposium. It's a rare honor to our university to host the biggest international symposium and cater to all the delegates and dignitaries, despite their immediate pre-engagement, made it to the symposium of such gigantic proportions. The overwhelming participation from many colleges and universities is in itself a great achievement and success. It also speaks volumes about the zeal and enthusiasm of the participants to learn, share, and disseminate learning. Finally, once again, I would like to thank the respected Assembly of Representatives, both the chief guests and eminent officials of participating colleges and universities for being a significant part of this international symposium and for forging a long association with our institution. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. The next session will be conducted after lunch. So now we are breaking for lunch, which will be served in the guest house cellar. Kindly be back by 2 p.m. for further sessions. Thank you. Kindly be back by 2 o'clock.
Can you give one bad breath? मुझे तो नहीं बुलाया।
Hello. 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 Hello.
Can you say it for number? 99727369. He's not doing anything wrong. If you do this, you keep that. Saying that collect from Darshini will be there.
Laptop ಇದೆ. ಕೊಡಿ ಮೇಲೆ laptop. Put on. 20 meter. ಹೆಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅವ್ನು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಡಿಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲರ್ಜಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಅವರಿಂದ ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ ಇಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲರ್ಜಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು. ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರ್ತವೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಅಲರ್ಜಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಸರ್ ಹಂಗೇನೆ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಯಾವ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರೇ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹಿಂಗೇನಲ್ಲ ಟೈಫಾಯ್ಡ್ ಎಷ್ಟದ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಿ. ಬಾಟ್ಲು ವಾಟರ್ ಬಾಟ್ಲು ಕಾಜಿ ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಫುಲ್ಲು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಿಂಕ್ ತಗೊಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಿರ್ಸ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬತ್ತೋಳ ಬರ್ಸ್ಬಿಡು ಏನೋ ಏನೋ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಡಕ್ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅದಾಗಲೇ ಇಬ್ರು ನಾವು ಬಯಸ್ತೀವಿ ಆಯ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಾಳೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ
Good afternoon, all. Hope you had a nice meal. Welcome back. So for the next section of the interview, we had nothing to Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to have a privilege to introduce our executive chairperson for the scientific session, Dr. Poonima Madhavan. Dr. Poonima Madhavan is a history professor in the Department of Science and Motion Sciences. And he is the government of the Public Health. She is the director scholars training program in collaboration with Stanford, Yale, and Dr. Poonima Madhavan has done projects in multi-site governance, clinical and translational research focused on quantitative tools for the past 20 years. They believe the dynamics of poverty, gender, and the environmental determinants of health. Her current research focuses on the intersection of infectious diseases and cancer. Dr. Poonima Madhavan has scientific projects in human field into national and international affairs. Please join me in giving welcome to Dr. Poonima Madhavan. We welcome you, ma'am. With utmost privilege and honor, I would also like to welcome on the stage chairperson to the session, Dr. Rajesh Iyer, Professor Head of the Department of General Medicine, Medical College. Dr. Rajesh Iyer is of the Research Society of Diabetes in India. He is also the honorary secretary of ICCR of the Association of Physicians of India and chairman of PG Board of Studies. He has conducted over 15 clinical studies in the field of diabetes and cardiology, principal investigator. It's my extreme privilege to welcome you, sir. Now, I request Dr. Poonima Madhavan to introduce the guest speaker for the session, Dr. Jeffrey Jones. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all of you who came back on time for this session, and you're going to love it. It's my honor to introduce Professor Dr. Jeffrey D. Klausner, who is a renowned physician and a public health expert with over 25 years of experience in the field. He has dedicated his career to improving the health and well-being of individuals and communities through innovative research, advocacy, and clinical practice. Dr. Klausner is a professor of medicine and public health at University of Southern California and has held numerous leadership positions in academic, governmental, and non-profit organizations. He's a leading authority on the prevention and treatment of sexually transmitted infections and has been instrumental in shaping public health policy in this area. Dr. Klausner's work has had significant impact on the field of public health, both nationally and internationally, and he continues to be a driving force in advancing the health of individuals and communities around the world. On a personal note, Dr. Klausner has mentored more than 100 different people who are at various leadership positions, all the way from professors to academia to policy and community. So his fingerprint and his impact around the world, I cannot even express. So So welcome, Dr.
Thank you very much, Professor Mehanan, and yes, to be here today and share some thoughts and experience on child health interventions to focus on effective and maternal care. So, I'm a researcher, and work with a variety of pharmaceutical and diagnostic test manufacturers, and in the past 24 months, I've received consultancies from the companies listed on the slide. I think it's always worthwhile to know a little bit speaker from you journey. So as a physician, epidemiologist, and former public health official, who's kind of back and forth between practice of medicine, and remember when we're talking about medicine and working in hospitals, we save lives every day, and the practice of public health, where we save millions. And working in public health level, but also the feedback from the types of intervention from the patients that we serve. So after training at the hospital in New York City during the peak of the AIDS epidemic, I got my master's in public health from Harvard University. Then I joined the Centers for the Disease Control and Epidemic Intelligence Service and was assigned to San Francisco. There in 1995, prior to successful HIV treatment, was really focused on primary HIV prevention and what we could do with the most at-risk populations in partnership. And that's really where what was called at the time the San Francisco model was formed, which was a partnership between the local government and the community-based organization. And every single committee, and every single funding decision and allocation was decided by both the community leader and government officials, who were equal on each of the committees to inform and allocate resources for AIDS prevention. So from there, I went to the University of Washington. I've been in infectious disease fellowship under the mentorship of King Holmes. Returned back to San Francisco to be a lecturer. Then went to South Africa to they were introduced to the PEPFAR program in South Africa, which focused on tuberculosis, child transmission of HIV, pediatric and adult AIDS. Returned to the United States, the full professor at UCLA, and embarked on an NIH-funded research program, and then recently moved to University of Southern California across Canada to have a little bit more focus on teaching and interventions in public health. So what I'm going to focus on a little bit today is some of the background on the maternal and child health, particularly on maternal mortality, and why maternal mortality needs to be the key indicator that we focus on, and also early infant mortality or neonatal mortality within the first 30 days of life, and why that's the second key indicator that we have interventions for that we need to address. And then I'll wrap up with a quick summary. So we talked about the Sustainable Development Goals a little bit, and that's on the title of the symposium. But I thought it'd be important to at least show you what those 17 Sustainable Development Goals are. And really, what we're focused on today is only Sustainable Goal number 3, which is good health and well-being. And it was wonderful to hear
from my colleague that well-being includes spiritual health as well as physical health, but there's other development goals related to climate, related to life under the sea, related to energy, the economy, poverty, and education. So health is only one of these 17, but we understand clearly that all these interact. And we have a better economy, we have better health, we have better governance, less corruption, we have better outcomes. And when we worked in South Africa, we had what's called a multi-sectoral approach. So every health initiative is also supported by the Department of Education, it's also supported by the Department of Social Welfare. The other departments came together to see how they can contribute to the different health response, which at that time was pretty focused on AIDS. But I want to start off a little bit with detail on maternal mortality ratio. So about 20 years ago, global maternal mortality ratio was about 340 per 100,000, or about 3 per 1,000. That means for every 1,000 pregnant women, 3 would die, 3 out of 1,000. That's come down substantially. Globally, it's about 220 per 100,000, but it's still far too high. In the United States, we've actually had a reversal. So you heard this morning about United States per capita. Life expectancy not this maternal mortality ratio that is increasing. When we look at other places around the first maternal mortality ratio are in second that's more than 1%. So more than 1% women who get pregnant within 20%. So that means essentially getting pregnant is risky as many other high risk activities, being in a little bit lower down countries in West countries also suffering in China, like Liberia and Kenya are first more than 100,000. Per 100,000. So that's still high. It's still 1 per 1,000. Much more smaller countries, like China countries, very high. Finland and Israel, where it's 5 per 100,000. So very low maternal ratio. That's reasonable, but it does require a very strong health system and a very coordinated approach. So I want to highlight a couple of studies that help me understand, why do women die? So this was actually a study from Canada published. The main cause of death were hemorrhage. Second cause was tension or preeclampsia going into a hypertensive crisis. And the third, which is actually a risk factor for hemorrhage, is anemia. If you're anemic, you can't really afford much blood loss. You kind of say medicine that tank cannot full. So if you're losing a unit of blood, there's much less left after that. And the time of these challenges are typically during delivery, immediate postpartum,
Hypertensive disorders may go undiagnosed and undetected through pregnancy. Other causes of hemorrhage might be a ruptured uterus. There are what we call indirect causes, which are less associated, but also recognized, such as cardiovascular disease, HIV/AIDS, or severe malaria. But the big three, and really the big two, are hypertension and hemorrhage. So if you know that, you can really kind of focus your intervention on those two causes. Now, looking elsewhere in Africa, this was a study done in Ethiopia. And instead of looking at actual deaths among pregnant women, they looked at what they call maternal near miss. So these were near death events. And they found that, again, the majority of maternal deaths were due to hypertension during pregnancy, hemorrhage during delivery or immediately thereafter. Now, hypertension is something that, at least in theory, we know how to simply diagnose. Very simple tools that have been around for more than a century to measure blood pressure. We have very safe interventions, blood pressure and lowering medication. But again, for those to be implemented, a woman has to interface with some element of the healthcare system. And that can be, the community, from a community health worker or an ASHA worker, or through camps and reaching out to different women in the community, or by maternal care. So about 10 years ago, we put together an expert commission and brought together people from around the world to look at, okay, what are the key aspects of reducing maternal mortality? And really, 17 years, nothing has dramatically changed. And their first point, which is actually a little bit subtle, is that maternal health has a lot of we call value health. So you want to prevent a low birth rate infant, you want to prevent a premature infant, you want to diagnose and prevent birth defects, you want to make sure that that's nutrition during pregnancy. But they recommended that you need to at least focus and maintain focus on maternal death. And maternal death should be something that's monitored in every sub-district and every district. There should be regular review of maternal death, and different countries that have maternal death review groups that are a combination of physicians, public health experts, community members, and then look at it, try to understand why did this death occur, or what is preventable. And they found that people working together can actually impact and reduce maternal deaths in that community. And while there are many single interventions available, it's really combination packages that have to occur to lower maternal mortality in the population. And as we're hearing more in public health science in the past 10 years, strategies will work. Obviously, they have to be effective, but they have to be brought to scale, right? There has to be high coverage. And that's the big challenge we have in public health. How we translate interventions that have been proven in well-done clinical studies and clinical trials, how we translate them to have population level impact. And that's when the field of implementation science is really born to try to study that translation from the shelf, from the pharmacy, from the toolkit to community level and public health practice. So, and also by studying maternal mortality, recognizes the key time for that maternal mortality is during this intrapartum period. So during the period of delivery. So when a woman starts to show signs of labor, through 24 hours, doing that window, interventions have to be available, they have to be implemented, and there's been a lot of debate in the field about, okay, well, should the investment be out in the field, in the community level, or should we focus on enforcement? Should there be interventions to make sure that
maternal mortality, either mandates for delivery in a health center or penalties for lack of delivery in a health center, and very strong systems in place to ensure delivery occurs in a health facility. And then there's obviously other maternal quality incidental care. Talk about a little bit later. Postpartum care, family planning to help reduce, space out the pregnancies, and access to safe abortion and termination services. So, intrapartum care, we now know that most maternal deaths occur during this period. And the key predictors are if it's an intended birth or not. So if it's not feasible because of the structure of the society, or when people are living, if they're very far away from a health or delivery center, to have these trained birth attendants that are available, you can easily recognize if they're a problem or a complication, and sometimes have the means for a intervention, and then access to a facility to appropriate emergency obstetric care. And I'll show you interesting results from the study to try to put these factors in place and what the impact was in Guatemala. We also heard this morning about H1B, strengthening human resources for health and the importance of leading health workers. So many places in the world that's been recognized as critical to bring primary care and bring services out into the community. So I love the fact that I was at school yesterday, we met a new version of workers in India and the mechanisms that are in place to support, grow, strengthen people who are working really in the field at the community level and facing people in their home, the school, where they work. And that's something that we do in all of the United States, mostly in the United States, but something we can successful around the world. And then in New York, which is an important role for epidemiologists and people who know is monitoring and evaluation. And there's been a lot of emphasis lately in health on what we call continuous quality improvement. So measure it, improve it, measure it again, and cycle of using data to set goals, and if you don't meet those goals, reassess, intervene, and continuously improve the quality of the services that you're delivering. So this was an interesting study done by a colleague of mine, Gil Walker at CSF, and funded by the Gates Foundation. And this looked at an integrated approach to improve maternal and perinatal outcomes in the whole of Guatemala. This was what we call a step and wedge cluster randomized trial. So they ranged across different communities, villages, or neighborhoods. Step wedge means that they did the intervention and they did it over time. So it wasn't every village or the center was randomized at the same time, but it would be, let's say, in January, village A, February, D, and then village C, etc. And often these kind of time-dependent implementation studies can help you improve your intervention over time. So what they actually did in the intervention, they distributed promotional materials encouraging women to deliver at the health center. Remember I said the delivery of the health center is the best chance if someone does have a hemorrhage or severe complication for their life getting saved. Education for traditional birth attendants about healthcare center delivery. So if there's any complication, help the woman get to a healthcare center, and then have the healthcare attendants provide a capacity building using simulation training. So I think I've already heard about simulation training and how they're going to get medical professionals and other healthcare workers prepared. And we do that a lot of times with medical students in the United States. We also do that for emergency
development of agriculture center-based national delivery, which was a slight increase from compared to the control communities. They saw a slight decrease in maternal morbidity, perinatal morbidity, perinatal mortality. So unfortunately, the cost study was somewhat underpowered. I love the state of name got the power of a small sample, but this was underpowered in a way. They can see trends, but not in the statistical setting. So it doesn't fully prove that these interventions reduce the outcome, but a strong suggestion that it may have worked. So that brings us to the concept of data that I mentioned. You know, should countries be investing more in community resources, which are less costly, they can be less sustainable, their impact may be less, there's a burden on families, there's a whole delivery to recognize complications, that funds available for transportation costs. However, it can have broad reach. We talked about like scalability, population coverage was important. However, the facility can be it can be costly, time consuming. Obviously, emergencies aren't going to happen every day. The facility staff can do other kinds of activities as well. Calls and just like making sure that airplanes take off and leave safely, the pilots and the crew and the people on the ground follow very strict protocols and checklists. We learned in medicine that following protocols and checklists can also save lives on a regular basis, have well-trained staff, and however, the downside that these centers cannot be everywhere, so they are somewhat centralized and limited access. So when we talk at WHO, pillars of maternal and newborn health, we think about these 4 pillars. I really spoke mostly just now about pillar number 3, but there's family planning that could be on the basis of women's rights, which, as you know, in the States now has gone backwards in the wrong direction. Validated contraception and state abortion services should be a mainstay of any country that has a strong human rights based constitution. Antenatal care, which again I'll mention a bit further, and then care. So the takeaway from this is to reduce maternal mortality, which is still high in a country like India. We need to focus on maternal mortality specifically. And in public health, we also always had some debate between what we say a vertical program, polio elimination, vertical programs and TB control, horizontal holistic programs. But I think for maternal mortality, I would lean toward a more vertical program, specific focus and teams that are capacitated to address that specific issue. So now I'm going to move a little bit to infant mortality. And infant mortality remains the highest in parts of sub-Saharan Africa and in South Asia. So again, countries of conflict like Sierra Leone, Somalia, very important. So 80%, so it's about 1 in 12. So 1 in 12 newborns in some of these West African countries will die in their first month. India, between 20 and 25, looking at UNICEF for 26.6 per thousand alive infants, so that's 2%, that's about 1 out of 50. We have had progress, so globally newborn deaths have declined by about 50% in the past 30 years, which is substantial progress. 30 years, I mean, that's a long time, and people in this audience are probably 130 years of age. And the greatest risk period, again, is important to know. That's the first 28 days of life. Other countries, so it's a similar, some countries with small populations high strong values around health, national health system, have the lowest infant mortality. The US is about 4 to 5 times higher than some of other countries, and the US is about 50 among the 195 countries that measure. Now, the top cause, and one of the causes that I focus my research on now, is preterm birth. And I'll unpack and get into what the different causes of preterm birth are. But there's also intrapartum complications such as birth asphyxia or lack of breathing at birth. There are infections that can be acquired during birth, immediately after respiratory infections, pneumonia, and then there's always constant, relatively rare frequency of birth defects. And then malnutrition, while not necessarily being a direct cause, is an underlying contributor because it makes children more vulnerable to severe disease. And specifically, for example, vitamin A deficiency makes children more pneumonia. So globally, and why I focus on preterm birth prevention is because it's the #1 cause of infant mortality worldwide. About 35% of infant deaths over 28 days of age are due to preterm birth. Second are the intrapartum factors or factors during delivery. Third is neonatal sepsis, often caused by group B strep, but sometimes E. coli and other bacteria. And then when we look at preterm birth, and this is what we do in public health, we take a problem like infant mortality, we examine the mortality, preterm birth. Then we look at preterm birth. Okay, what causes preterm birth? So, interestingly, that when we start to look at this, we see that inflammation in pregnancy, chronic inflammation during your period of pregnancy is a substantial causal factor to preterm birth. Infections themselves can cause preterm birth, like malaria, but also infections directly cause inflammation. So infections may be related to the cause of inflammation, and then micronutrients. So not just issues around folate or iron, but all micronutrient deficiencies can contribute to preterm birth. So as mentioned, an area of infectious disease focus on infectious pathogens, gonorrhea, HIV, syphilis, that have all been associated with preterm birth and delivery. So there's 2 large trials now. One is called the Wante trial up in the gate. We expect to hear actually about outcomes from that trial this July at the International on HIV and SWASTHYAM in Chicago. And then that study, they randomly 4,600 women to comprehensive infection prevention screening treatment or standard of care. So in standard of care, if a woman has a syndrome, syndromic management, they will be treated. They won't be tested for 4 or 5 different infections. And then a study that I'm the principal investigator on that's occurring in Eastern Cape, South Africa, we are doing something similarly where we're screening and treating women in the intervention arm for chlamydia, gonorrhea, trichomonas vaginalis, HIV, and syphilis, and in the control arm, they get standard of care, which leads to HIV and syphilis treatment. And I got interested in understanding how SWASTHYAM could be managed in pregnancy to prevent preterm birth by doing different studies around the world. So I've done these 10 studies in different countries, Haiti, South Africa, Botswana, Peru, India, etc. And not surprisingly, we find different epidemiology, right? So yellow is trichomonas vaginalis, the infection of the vaginal epithelium, and you can see that tends to be one of the more common infections in pregnancy because it persists. So it doesn't spontaneously clear like some other infections, but once woman is infected, she may be infected for many years. But we also see,
show a less prevalence of chlamydia, particularly in Haiti, South Africa, Botswana, and Peru, where 10 to 15% of women have chlamydia infection. What's insidious about chlamydia is that you to be infected and not know it. It's often an asymptomatic infection, but it still causes inflammation. So this was one of our sub-studies. We looked at women with chlamydia, then we measured certain markers of inflammation, so certain cytokines in the women, and we measured these cytokines in the blood. So we saw that the chlamydia infection, which affected the cervix, were actually raising the cytokine. These cytokine elevations in the blood are what we consider inflammation, and these are on the direct pathway to preterm birth. We've known for a long time that HIV itself is also an important causal factor in preterm birth, but in most countries, thanks to the incredible focus on HIV, the support of the global fund and World Bank and leadership at the national level around the world, almost every woman is screened for HIV and are identified as affected in the so that's becoming less of a common reason. So taking it all together, talked about maternal mortality, talked about infant mortality, particularly preterm birth. We put together a new clinical trial, which we're calling the AAA trial, the AAA intervention and birth prevention. So to address inflammation, one of the least expensive and most effective ways to address inflammation is through low-dose aspirin. So aspirin, since first discovered having aspirin in the bark of the willow tree has been known as an effective anti-inflammatory agent. To address infection, a common and safe antibiotic to be used in pregnancy is azithromycin that's been studied around the world in pregnancy. And then thirdly, comprehensive antiviral micronutrient supplementation. And the idea is to do a randomized intervention and understand candidates combination polypill. So we're going to create a combination pill of the vitamins and the aspirin. We need to take that every day. A combination polypill that pregnant women can take every day, and sometime in that pregnancy get a single dose of azithromycin. Now, this study concept is based on prior data, and that's typical of public health practice and public health sciences. We want to build our intervention and our research forward, right? We want to build our prior research, take incremental steps. So some of the prior research was based on a very large 12,000 person pregnant women study done in 6 countries called the ASPEN trial, which was published in 2020, and showed that low dose aspirin was safe and reduced preterm birth by 11%. 37 weeks, 25%. 34 weeks. Mechanism of the feedback and anti-inflammation. Obviously, I started on maternal hemorrhage is because I'm concerned from maternal mortality, going concerned that low dose aspirin is hemorrhage. So at least in this study of 12,000 women, they didn't see that as a problem, but we will likely stop and at about 34 weeks. So it gives time to normalize platelet body function. The second study that this is based on was a study done in over 96,000 pregnant in Botswana, where they randomly assigned to comprehensive micronutrient supplementation versus just iron and folic acid. So we've known and we've heard that it has iron, a normal supplement that's given to females. Folate is used for fertility defects or birth defects, newborns as well. And in this study, micronutrient supplementation was associated with a 37% increase in preterm birth between the intervention group and the control group. So that's a very strong, powerful effect. So we're thinking about combining these
treatment going to get a more profound effect. And then azithromycin has been shown in multiple studies to also be associated with reduced preterm frequency, particularly in areas where there's a lot of malaria, but also was shown to be effective in a study in cholera. So with this study, as I mentioned, we have 4-arm randomized placebo-controlled trial. There will be evaluations by cost effectiveness. So that's also linked health economists and public health students and public health practitioners can bring to this type of studies. There's evaluations of cost effectiveness, process evaluations with any kind of implementation. We want to understand about acceptability, about adherence, right? So we put a lot, at least in the HIV research world, about adherence and how important adherence is to different interventions. We want to do additional specimen collection to understand the mechanisms of how these interventions might work. We'll work with probably 60 different clinics in so in summary, the maternal mortality remains unacceptably high in many places. And the United States is actually rising, going in the wrong direction. By having a focused advocacy and investment in these pillars of maternal newborn health, we can kind of advance our health indicators and start to address the sustainable development goals. My conclusion is facility-based adequate facility capacity and training is critical. Infant mortality is decreasing, but there's several preventable and treatable issues that remain poorly addressed. And we need to also, for safe infant lives, focus on preterm delivery and prevention. For this to happen at scale, and that's why it was wonderful to have a speaker this morning from the National Implementation Research Center and the National Health Plan. It does take a political leadership, and nothing can happen without it. So it seems like at least now, sounds like India at the national level, probably at the state level, has some political direction focusing on improving health outcomes. We heard about the health system in action and encouraging people to utilize the health system is one piece of it, but the health system has to be welcoming. I think that's the stigma, conversion, and the social confidence that everyone access to healthcare. The interventions have to be available. That's why often we focus on knowledge and resources and laboratory diagnostics and pharmaceuticals, so that they're available when people present, and that is all improving maternal health outcomes. And this is all on the basis of furthering understanding both permanent individual characteristics and targets. So thank you, and I hope that is all the time for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jesse Johnson, for a wonderful talk. Really got extensively on the maternal and challenges which you are now the session is open for questions. We'll take a few quick questions for one time.
Hello, Dr. Klamna. Thank you so much for your presentation. One of the things with the different interventions that I wanted to have was you may have mentioned is that how many times have prescribed intervention and other new concerns of antibiotic resistance from providing antibiotic prevention.
So the question about the third new intervention trial, this reminds me of so single dose at the first incident of care Or inexpensive time. That's the really
very young, feeling that experience in a lot of cities, both in the medical and shooting studies as well. And I know this talk about my medical state in Iowa, like, people have a in my that is quite expensive. That focus on targets of averages and maybe standards. How do we ensure that we still pay due attention to disparities that within countries are specific populations that are really large overall.
People voluntarily join and then because you're actually doing an experiment in this, the always has to be done as spread. We have to exclude I used to get everything. It's still not, you know, screening material or reading it.
Go ahead. I know you so much for presentation. I just wanted to ask you specifically about pregnancies and back to account was the age of the manufacturer and how many teenage births is the result of the
Hello.
So you have explored however it is going up in the United States. So what in the United States medical media about how we can address this issue better?
Yeah, I think what are people have to pay extra money just to do a private care. So it's really important for us to really support it. And the goal is to deliver that. And there should be no cost for primary care. There should be no cost for medication, process. So I think we learn to the audience that we want to address it. Cost is important. We see a similar effect with all the populations. Study gentamicin theories. So we can try to replicate it, so we can never receive the same benefit. So replication is a critical part of documenting evidence.
Now I will present the Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next question will be given by Good afternoon. It is my privilege to introduce to this august audience Dr. Mudassir Ali Khan, Head of Community Medicine at Medical College. He is not only a professor, but is also a certified clinical psychologist. He goes by his signature statement, prevention is the only cure. He has to his credit as on diet, health and lifestyle, and home education. He is also a social activist and instrumental in banning the sale of new cigarettes by state vendors. He is active involved in processes and standardization of medical undergraduates. It is also a very proud moment Dr. Praveen Kinsari, Professor, Department of Communication Medicine, Medical College. His credentials pristine. He is a fellow of the Foundation for Advancement in International Education and Research. His expertise lies in research, medical education, and life sciences. He has been awarded the prestigious Young Scientist from the Karnataka Association of Community Medicine. His medical college has recognized him with the Best Teacher Award. To his credit, he also has 75 publications in both national and international journals. We welcome all the distinguished chairpersons for this session. I now request Dr. Mudassir Ali Khan sir to introduce the speaker award. Dr. Praveen Kinsari sir will be joining shortly.
Thank you so much. I welcome all the delegates coming up to the second session. So it's my pleasure to introduce the speaker, Dr. Ashley Logan, who is an assistant professor, assistant research professor, and dissemination and implementation researcher at the University of Arizona. Arizona Health and Recommended Colleges of Medical and Research Center. Research focuses on health disparities, including pediatric asthma, pediatric asthma disparities, experienced medical learners. Currently serves as the program director of the top inhaler for schools program. It serves 550 plus schools across the state of Arizona, United States. It collaborates with numerous community stakeholders at the local, state, and national levels to implement the largest school-based research program in the United States. He is trained in clinical research and data analytics, which informs our work as a community-based translation scientist. So, we welcome the head of the audience here, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. So grateful to be here today, speaking on my research work at the University of Arizona. And I do want to take a moment to thank all of the organizers who put in so much time and effort through the blessing of the year. So today I hope to first provide an introduction of myself and my research, but then I think provide dissemination and implementation practices, which is what my current focus is. And I would like to explore research practice gap, both of these topics as it pertains to the school-based medication program that's currently being implemented in the United States in kindergarten through 12 schools. And then we'll have a small discussion with them. So for my personal introduction, yes, I am an assistant research professor at the University of Arizona. I was actually raised at the university where I completed my undergraduate studies, and then further in postdoc. During the postdoc, I stayed in clinical research at the Asthma and Airway Disease Research Center, which is one of my equipment, and currently teach at the Mountain Sacramento College of Public Health. I believe
all of these interests together and how I'm currently using this framework. So for a moment, I wanted to explore exactly what dissemination and implementation science is. When we think about dissemination methods, basically, the systematic study of processes and factors that lead to the broad use of evidence-based intervention by the target population. So what does that mean? It means that we want to really think about how we are taking our evidence-based research findings and ensuring that these findings make it to not only the academic and scientific community, but also the practitioners who can broadly adopt them and use them every day at the patient level. There's also implementation. And when we think about implementation, what implementation is really seeks to understand the processes and factors associated with the successful integration of evidence-based interventions within a particular setting. So what I call implementation science or implementation methodology is really how and why the program work in a particular setting. Contrary to that, why or how we implement it. So we look at the barriers and the facilitators within a particular setting so that we can understand these factors so that the study can be replicated to other settings. When we put these two things together, we get DNA science, and sometimes we refer to that as. But what is this or dissemination and implementation science? Well, it aims to facilitate the adoption, implementation, and sustainability of evidence-based intervention. This is typical in healthcare studies, but also community studies, which is where I could join this work. This serves as a bridge between the evidence-based research and routine clinical practice. If you look in the back of this slide, you can see that I put a picture of bridge. And this is the golden bridge. The reason I picked this bridge was first, it was where I started my journey 2 days ago as in San Francisco, ready to go to plane to fly here. But also this bridge is kind of symbolic because the bridge, it was built in 1933. And it was built off of the sweat equity, and in some cases exploited labor, immigrant populations that came to the United States. But what's fascinating about this bridge is it was built over the course of over 4 years. And the bridge basically connects the Golden Gate Strait and has changed the region and really bridged the entire area together. And that is where I want you all to think about dissemination and implementation. So what it does is it broadens research to practice gap, and it speeds up the translation process. So what is the research to practice? Well, it is the time lag between scientific publication, research findings, and the utilization of relevant findings. So you can see a picture here, a young lady jumping over a gap or a chasm. And what's interesting about it is there were several studies that looked at the timeline of the time between evidence-based findings and how they were basically adopted. And what this study found was it takes about 17 years for evidence-based findings to make it into routine care. Now that pardon me.
So 17 years, that's a really long time to take an academic research publication and wait 17 years for it to really go into practice. And we're going to talk a little bit about the work that we've been doing in basically 3 areas. The first, pediatric health. The second is health disparities. And the third, school-based health. And these are all areas of my research interests. And I'm going to review them with you a determination and implementation framework. So I'd like to start off with this quote came from Lady Cat, who is a registered nurse. She was a legal nurse in the United States. And here is her quote. It says, in October 2018, 2 students reported another attacking breathing. When I arrived, I found a student in severe distress, gasping for breath. I was told that 911 had been called and an ambulance was coming. Somebody asked the student, who was known to have asthma, where should I be? His lost in the gym was the coach was unavailable. Now 911 is emergency care, and that's typical for the schools to call 911 when there is a diagnosis and they require us. So I'd like to shift over to asthma because that's really what this quote is about. In asthma, as you heard earlier, is a chronic condition that produces sudden episodes of breathing, where it's difficult for the person to breathe. We refer to them as an asthma attack or an exacerbation. But basically, these episodes can reoccur over time, and they can be potentially life-threatening, like it was in this case. Asthma cannot be cured, but it can be controlled. And when we think about asthma prevalence, we know that in the United States, about 7.7% of adults have asthma. That number is slightly higher than this number might be a little higher than children, about 8.6% of these children. But we also know that the prevalence is much, much higher among the minority children or children from disadvantaged backgrounds. This number is much higher in American Black children, Puerto Rican, and American Indian and Alaska-Native children. The map that you see here is a map of the state of Arizona, which is where I currently live. And this is how it is broken into counties. It might be similar to distance here, but you can see that the lighter colors, the prevalence is much lower, and the dark red color or orange color prevalence is much higher. But what's interesting to know is that the average across the state of Arizona, the asthma prevalence is 15.8%. Is much higher than the national average of 7 to 8%. So we already know that the state has kind of a disparity when it comes to asthma. I'd also like to shift over to discussing your schools, and Dr. Lynn this morning gave us a very nice overview of what we discussed earlier in this session. The majority of their time in schools. In fact, typically more than 50% of their waking hours. And so the person that they spend the most majority of their time with is the school, their teacher, or perhaps those working with their teacher at school, because they spend much of their time there. There needs to be medication available to them for children who have both acute and chronic conditions. Typically, the person who will administer these medications is somebody, we refer to them as unlicensed assisted personnel in the United States, and typically that person, they might have a high school education, a little bit of training in CPR, but they will also
the most common person to administer this type of medication, or really any medication for a child. When we think of health emergencies, like in the case of Elaine, it's really important that schools are prepared to manage an emergency, a health emergency, but we know that there are factors that impact how these emergencies are being managed at the school, and sometimes it's because of socioeconomic factors, resources, or a student ratio. For schools that have many children that attend school, that ratio is incredibly important because a nurse may not be available to manage that emergency when necessary. For U.S. schools, the National Asthma Education and Prevention Program recommends that all students with asthma have access to rescue medication that is either sulfate or short-acting beta-agonist. Due to previous research, we know that less than 15% of children have access to other biometric at school. That number is incredibly low. We'd like to see all children have access to this medication because emergency respiratory distress can happen at any time to any child. When we think of medication administration in schools, this is really where policy starts to come into play. We know that in the United States, there are national level policies that guide licensure, but really there are state level policies that also guide what nurses and other health care providers are able to do. And so when we think about most of our schools not having nurses or a registered nurse or a licensed nurse, this is incredibly important because there really is inconsistent guidelines for medication administration across states. School nurses are often required to delegate their authority for use their willingness to allow an unlicensed person to administer that medication to a child. This basically puts a liability on them if something could go wrong. And in some instances, in some U.S. states, the delegation of medication administration might not even be allowed. So it's very important for schools and nurses to work together to understand what types of medication administration tests can be conducted. What we also know is there is a lack of protocols and training really for how to do this properly. And that includes when children go on field trips or off campus for sanctioned events. And sometimes those events actually go over into a different state, which then puts further liability on the licensed nurse. Because then her license is not in that state where the medication administration task is actually occurring. So let's talk a little more about Elaine. As you can see in this quote, what happened was Elaine said, "I saved a student's life, but lost my job." How did she lose her job? Well, as the story goes, and this is a true story, this is from a publication. Elaine had come to see that the student who was experiencing severe respiratory distress was in really bad shape. And she asked where the inhaler was, and we knew that it was locked in the general office and unavailable to them. So what Elaine decided to do was take another student's inhaler, another little chat out their inhaler, and she used that inhaler and gave it to the student who needed it. And unfortunately, or fortunately for the child, Elaine saved the child's life. The child didn't die, but she lost her job for doing so. She came into work the next day and she was fired because she administered a prescribed medication to a different child. And that's really unfortunate, given that you can save a child's life, but then lose your job for it. And so, as you can see here, this is why legislation was necessary for this program. This is Dr. Jim testifying in the state of Arizona to the Health Committee. I had the pleasure of sitting in the audience at the time, and she provided her testimony as to why albuterol sulfate is a safe and efficacious drug that can be administered to children safely in a school setting. And not only can it be administered safely, it can be administered by an unlicensed person. And so, because of her testimony, we were able to pass HB 2208. What this was a state level law that allows schools to procure, stock, and administer albuterol sulfate to any child experiencing respiratory distress. And it indemnifies them from civil liability. So what happens today can no longer happen to our we call them sulfates in the schools, so our sulfates in our school nurseries, because they're indemnified with this law of their training. So what we decided to do was start stocking together for schools program. And for those of you who are here this morning, and I Dr. that spoke briefly about but she really excited this research, which actually began in 2012, so 2012. Kind of study, we decided we would implement a county-wide stocking together for schools program. And we wanted to include all schools who are interested. So let's go ahead and implement this program in charter for kind of a form of public schools, private, broken schools, and public schools. What we did was we provided them with program supply. So we gave them either 60 doses or 200 doses of the year. We gave them the supply of light-year valve holding chambers. That's a one-way valve holding chamber or spacer that is incredibly important for this program because it allows us to use the single inhaler with any student because they're given the supply of a disposable chamber that can be actually flattened and stored very easily in a school health office in the cabinets where they typically keep medication. We also provide schools with a standardized protocol. So how we gave them instructions on how they should administer this medication and provided them with training on the protocol. We also gave them template resources such as template letters to parents. English and Spanish. We have a Mexican American population in Tucson, so it was important that we translated the program materials to Spanish. And then we created an online training curriculum that was basically accessible on the web, and nurses or assistant personnel can complete the training within about 30 minutes. And it was easy for them to take and complete, and they were to do it at least one time per year. We also gave them ongoing program. So anytime they have a question or anything about to do or how to document something or how to actually maybe cleaning videos, the training, maybe they didn't want to go back to training, we provided them with that. What we asked them to do was, as part of the program and the participation, we asked them to document each time the sound was used at their school. So we started collecting data for this program in 2017. And as you can see this time, we're on the left bullet. We are still collecting data on this program. Right here, I'd like to just briefly highlight the first year of the program findings, which they ended up with 229 schools
discuss student disposition status, which was our primary outcome. So we wanted to know children, when they used the Stockholm methods, before this program existed, the nurses in the holidays had two options. They could call their parents, ask the parents to come to the school and pick their child up and send them home. Or if that case was severe enough, if you could call emergency medical services. So 911. So those were their two choices. What you can hear, seven or of those you're hearing difference, there were 921 that reported his disposition status. And of those 921, 773 events resulted in the student returning to their classroom with learning. They weren't sent home. They weren't sent to the hospital. They had to go back to class. This was the publication that resulted from the study. What's interesting about this is, questions are often because the law in the state of Arizona is not specific to a child who's previously known asthma, we very purposefully drafted the legislation to ensure that each child 90% of events were involved with students with known asthma. So those were the students that benefited the most. So taking these findings from the first year, we really wanted to approach this. So how do we do that? Well, using the data to solve the previous one. It was very interesting in looking at differences in schools. So we started a discussion of data, but what they did is they used this is just a measure and as you can see here on the scale, it might be a little hard to see the color. So that's a 1. That means that if the school was met, they had low area deprivation, or basically they had more access to health resources, it might be hospitals, etc. If you see here, that was deprivation. So these were lower conditions areas where the families tend to go to these schools might experience not only health disparities, but come from under-resourced areas. And so I thought, when we had these data sets, my hypothesis was that our lower income schools would use the Stockholm pattern for and higher income schools. And it was naive, but that's right. But what we found was that actually not true. The schools that used the Stockholm Healer before the most events were from the lower to moderate deprivations. So they were actually kind of on the SWASTHYAM scale, and they were more likely to report that using the Stockholm Healer. So we kind of had to think about why this might be. And I think it was brought up in the discussion for the presentation prior. But in the US, for primary care, we have 14 years, and we don't necessarily have 3 primary. So to get a healer, when you have a little bit more money, it actually costs a lot more money. For children that might be a lower income, they might have access to resources like Medicaid or health insurance options, or prescription medications that those who have a little more don't have access to. So this really prompted our work to work together in these joint policy statements
This has been collaboration in the American Thoracic Society, the Asthma Working Network, the American Heart Association, the National Association of School Nurses. Many of us work together to carefully draft this policy statement. And what this statement basically does is it provides the reader with a walkthrough on the legislation. It describes the implemented programs in the United States, like the Stockholm program. And of course, this is just one county that this program has been implemented in. And we know that just because we might have had some success at one county, our work is not done. So what we set out to do was expand access to Stockholm handlers, and we wanted to really expand access to all children in the state of Arizona. And this is what you see here is Maricopa County. Now, Maricopa County is in North Florida. It's in an area of 10 there's about maybe 5 to 6 million people living in Phoenix alone, which is the major city in Maricopa County. And it was important so we worked with the Maricopa County Health Department to expand access of this program to an area that was outside. What was really great about working with Maricopa County was I was partnered with a public health nurse who's since become a very close colleague, and we currently still work together on this program today. And what she had was something called the School Surveillance Medication Program. And what this program was is basically just a data collection system, which I found very intimidating because before I had the SSMP system, which is an acronym in short for School Surveillance Medication Program, it was collecting data on paper. And so it was important that we find a way to collect program data in a systematic way as we expand program access. This program, the SSMP program, I think what's important to note about it is it's an electronic data capture system. It's originally designed to monitor influenza cases during 2009 when the H1N1 flu came around and people were very worried. What's interesting also about that is the program was never used for that purpose. And so when I partnered with my public health nurse, she told me that she had a data capture system, but that they would need to kind of revise it and use it to collect stock medication data. So we spent a summer together, working together to figure out how to use the system to collect the program data. And that's exactly what we did. This is the first year of program data from the Maricopa County, so the largest county in the state of Arizona. It's still unpublished, so these are preliminary findings. But what we found was 70 schools report use for the first program year. There was 329 events reported. And of those events that returned to class again, 256 out of 329 events, or 78% roughly, resulted in the student returning to class. So again, they weren't being sent home, and they weren't being transported to medical care. They got to stay learning. And I want to go back to the research to practice gap, that chasm that we explored earlier. And if you were here in the morning session, you were privy to Dr. Lynn Gerald's presentation where she presented data from this program. And that data began in 2012, as I mentioned earlier. So in 22 schools, we had pilot data in 2012. But it was 5 years later that we passed legislation. The necessary legislation to allow
unlicensed and licensed nurses to administer a stop medication to any child. 5 years. Then, after the legislation was passed, it was 2018, and we had the county-wide program. So that was where we demonstrated 84% of children returned to class using roughly 1,030 data. The following year, I worked with my public health nurse colleague, and we expanded this program to the largest county in Arizona, 2019. It was not until 2021 that the first peer-reviewed publication on this program came about. Now, I will be clear and state that yes, my predecessor, Mentor, had published her kind of data. But this was the first county-wide program data in 2021 that was published. And then in 2022, we had subsequent follow-up publications where we did publish on the area deprivation index and stock inhalers and several other areas that we explored using this data set. And now it's 2023, 11 years later. 11 years later, it took us to get to 550 schools, where I currently serve as the program director. 550 schools and 2,300 public schools. So it doesn't even include our private working schools. It's taken us 11 years to expand this program from its conception to where it is today. Of course, we couldn't have done this without many invested collaboratives. It was through academic partnerships, state-level agencies such as the Arizona Department of Education. We worked with county-level health departments. Currently, I work with about 9 county health departments, and also the state health department, the county level and state level health departments. We worked with industry sponsors, who actually supply the adult chambers that we use to make this program possible. And then, of course, we worked with a professional organization, the Arizona Asthma Coalition, who's been an essential collaborator. And other important news is it was through their collaboration that we were able to hold bi-monthly and now weekly calls on this program. It was through them that we kept the momentum going when we ran out of and ensured that all of our counties in the state of Arizona still have a vested interest in this program. We're able to not only overcome that school closures during COVID, which happens widely in the United States, but how can we keep this program sustained over time? So now that we've reviewed the research to practice out, we know that there is so much more work to be done. Again, 11 years it took us to get to where we are today. And I think that's great that we are now in about 550 schools, and hopefully by the end of this next school year, my goal is to have 600 schools implementing this program in the state of Arizona. But I think what is important to look at is why this has potentially become a health equity issue. The blue areas, so you'll see a light blue area, Maricopa, Pima County, are where we are very much implementing this program. These are our 2 urban areas. They have the most public health resources. They typically have the most school nurses, and they're in Pima County widely implementing the program. And Maricopa's behind us, but remember they have way more schools than we do. And in fact, they have almost 1,300 schools, as compared to about 370. This map is important because it also highlights that there are many areas that are not implementing this program. And just to kind of give a description of the state of Arizona, these areas you see in gray, which marks 0 implementation, and orange, which marks low implementation, they're largely rural. They're disconnected. Their schools are currently residing in health shortage areas. They don't have access to primary care physicians, let alone asthma specialists who can treat children with asthma. We also reside on an international border. So our populations in these areas, in these border regions, tend to be disconnected from the healthcare system. Sometimes that's due largely to immigration-related consequences or years of consequences due to U.S. policies on immigration, but it can also be language barriers. Language barriers with accessing healthcare eligibility. And so these areas don't have the program. So you can see why this becomes a health equity issue and what my current focus and next steps will be for this program. So overall, we have implemented less than 21% of the schools in the state of Arizona 10 years after the pilot study was conducted by Dr. Winter. I'd like to kind of move on from stopping healers and discuss very quickly why collaborations and stakeholders are important. Basically, sometimes your stakeholders that you partner with have other needs, or your area of research or interest isn't necessarily what they need at the time. And yes, we needed stopping healers, but once we started implementing this program in schools, we were approached by many schools. How do we get stopped at the next? How do we get stopped naloxone? We have an opioid epidemic in the United States, and nurses approached us, thanking us for us to create a program similar to stopping healers, but for naloxone and mercury. We're now discussing stopping glucagon for diabetes that have been brought to our attention at the school. So we were able to do this with Doc epinephrine, and we again partnered with our public health collaborators, our public health nurses at the health departments, and we were able to stop the program that is closely follows their stock inhibitor program. This is the first year of program findings. For stock epinephrine is a much rarer event than either. So there was only 5 events that we reported over, I think it was 2 years. And then stop naloxone. So we are in the works of creating a training that will be accessible in tandem with the stock inhaler and stock epinephrine programs. What we did to kind of prep for this training and before we created it was we wanted to do something formative work. So we sent out a knowledge attitude practice survey. And of course, we worked with our program collaborators to survey nurses in the state of Arizona. And we were able to obtain 71 certain responses, but of those 71, 60% naloxone program at the school was relatively low. We'd like to see that number much bigger. And only 17% had open permissions at their school for stop naloxone. And about 29% reported previous training on stop naloxone. So we know that we have much more work to be done when it comes to stop. So in summary, these are some of my nurse collaborators that investing in community partnerships, strategic community partnerships, that partner with the institutions, foundations, industry, they're incredibly important. We wanted to focus this program expansion through sustainable action, and we hope to continue to do so. But what that means is really examining implementation strategies. What's going to work best for that school who's in accounting in that particular setting. And that is the core of implementation science. How can we explore implementation, document its processes and the barriers and facilitators so that we can replicate these studies so that they can be broadly adopted and incorporated into evidence-based practice. And thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Firstly, I would like to compliment Ashley for a wonderful presentation. It was very gripping and it made it much more fascinating presentation since it was really relevant and it really forward. So I congratulate you for being involved. So my questions pertaining to this presentation. Request the audience, anyone who's interested in asking some questions, please come forward and ask your questions. And they go
Hi. It's loud. I'm gonna bounce back that I Dr. as well. Very related to both of your presentations, but obviously a lot of your work alongside being is related to policy and policy making and lobbying on the Hill. So what strategies do you feel like are effective when it comes to lobbying studies, stocking out policy that would be in place? And do you think that even more importantly, can they be translated to other political systems around the world?
Yeah, so, and I know you Dr. Lynn mentioned earlier, there's state employees speaking out lobbying. But really, I think the message here is that it's really more conservative, because the only way you can get any legislation passed is to be able to do it in at least in the United States, but I think that this is applicable to all countries, or most countries, bipartisan, or working with even politicians or those who craft and pass legislation who might have a divergent or opposing opinion as yourself. In the case of our state, that's exactly what we did. We partnered with a politician who wasn't necessarily politically aligned with some things that we may believe in public health, but it was also signed by a governor who was also the same or different side of what's called the island. So being able to work with different beliefs is very important, but it's also who you engage with and including that. So for us, it's very important, and I tell my nurse colleagues that we make the best advocates. If you want this program in your school, you need to be present during that process of legislation. Your voice needs to be a part of that process, and you need to be active in the system when these bills go to the full health to be passed, right? But it's not just the school nurses, it's also involving parents who can provide through their very personal and convincing stories as to why a program is necessary like this in their school. As well as working with clinicians who can also serve as a expert testimony to pass legislation. So all that to say, I think it's really important who you work with, and my work has predominantly used a kind of a circuitous circle, I would say, of grassroots out, but also sometimes you have to go top down. And I find that which works in U.S. schools because it's just how the institutions work. They're very regimented and we tend to have a top-down hierarchy. where you might actually have to start at the top, go back down to the bottom, work yourself up, and then start at the again. So, it's really nice.
Thank you for going into the details. So I noticed that there was a lot of variation in the uptake of the program as you highlighted. I was trying to remember what you meant by in terms of the prevalence of the disease. Was there any correlation with that? And if not, what are the other factors that sort of affected what the uptake in these one counties?
So, the factors in it's a really good question. I have answers for that. So we're just exploring these factors right now. Fortunately, I've been able to obtain generous grant funding and donations to expand the program. And it tends to be there are different factors depending on the county and where they're located. So in the state of Arizona, I kind of pointed out it wasn't on. I guess the slides are showing it wasn't on that map. There was another map where I compared the blue counties, which was Phoenix and Tucson, so the two largest urbanized counties in the state of Arizona. They have access to the most public health resources. Communities, they have a medical director, a cleanician who can sign a standing medical order that can be implemented or adopted by the school. All the other counties don't have that. You have to have that in order to do the program. And so right off the bat, there's a kind of disparity or issue that basically just because it's two highly populated areas have a medical facility, they can do the program. So we had to explore ways to how we could overcome that barrier. And what it meant was those very well-crafted and strategic partnerships over time. So I worked with Maricopa County and Pima County's medical directors who over time offered to sign a standing medical order for any county, any school, no matter where it was located. And so it's through that collaboration that we're able to expand the program to other counties. That's one example of kind of differences in setting.
It was a wonderful presentation. How hypothesis can get into the research mode and how it converts into a policy. It's a wonderful achievement. I would say, considering the Indian context, 21% of schools in something extraordinary achievement. We need to compliment you for your consistent effort was visible across the implementation. There will be a lot of challenges associated with saying there are many challenges which you feel, all of us need to understand. We need to convert research into a policy. What message do you want to give for us when we start making this kind of decisions?
Program research funding it's updated. It was very see that we decided a sustainable way to do this program because it had such a different school. And so it just never gave up. I remember working through many during COVID. If you're someone taking the program only in our campus when I didn't have time to, and working with those strategic partnerships to figure out how we could very short time meaningful presentation for the bigger picture. So I think we're struggling, but
see, maybe you are presenting you actually
this may prevent a portion of competition in school children is and actually for the wonderful work we are in and hope this is going to be some change in the lives of children and contribute towards. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any more questions? I would like to conclude, picking up some of the very important terminologies that have been used in your presentation, because they are very impactful. So, I put it down, also, you have to forgive me, those research to practice gap, what you said. It is an excellent concept that we need to follow. And you mentioned 17 years it has taken for a country like the United States. And you can imagine what is the gap that the other countries could really take. So the reason I selected this terminology is for one more reason. I am involved with NHGAP, mental health gap. So 80 to 90% of the people don't get any health care, or they don't approach for any healthcare services, mental health services actually. So I have been actively involved in this WHO guidance program every year. Where I work a lot with the NHGAP. So something I think we should have a terminology for this, just like NHGAP we have for mental health research to implement this gap. So that will make an impact, because NHGAP has made a significant impact in the developing countries where people are trying to find how can we bridge the gap. So we will get the picture very nicely of the China jumping and also the golden gate, and also very much relating the experience of sitting San Francisco and being on that bridge impact. So that also was and then relating to dissemination and implementation science. It is a wonderful topic that I will be really excited to in future. Stimulated me to work in this area. And one more thing you mentioned, disconnected system. Disconnected system. So we don't even think of any disconnection between the system and the community. When we talk about countries like the United States. But since you have brought in the picture of the health situation on the primary healthcare system in United States, so that says that primary healthcare system is still to be worked upon the entire world. So in order to achieve, so even the topic that they have taken is the rescue medication. It is life-saving exercise that people are ignoring. They're only going behind the glamorous part of the disease care, looking for hospital-based management, facility-based interventions that we researchers can provide as a wonderful solution. So I'm sorry for taking a lot of time, but I just wanted to impress upon terminals that you brought in that are very relevant, and we can pick up such in these areas. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for the interesting talk and presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Vice Principal and Professor, Department of Community Medicine, JSS Medical College, and Dr. Mudasar Asif, Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Medical Medical College and Research Institute. Let's our guest speaker, Dr. Ashley.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I call upon Dr. Shilpa, Assistant Professor of Public Health, to hand over the manuals to chairpersons.
ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇರೋದು 20 ಜನ. ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಇನ್ನೇನಿದೆ.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. My apologies, everyone, since we couldn't follow up with the time. There will be no debates today. The debate sessions have been postponed for tomorrow. All participants will be taking part in the debate sessions have been postponed for tomorrow. The debate one, which is on gender violence in inclusive groups, take place on 9 p.m. Gender violence in nation groups. Second debate, which is on gender violence is the key to work-life balance. It will take place at 4:30 p.m. to 5:30 tomorrow. All are requested to be on time for the participants should come 10 minutes prior so that we can all have the names.
Now we are moving on to the paper and poster presentations, which will be held in this auditorium as well as galleries 3, 4, 5, and 6. Participants kindly move to allotted halls. Student coordinators, please guide the delegates to the allotted halls. Kindly be back here in the auditorium by 5 p.m. for the exciting dance fitness program. Thank you. The dance program will be held by 5 p.m.
ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು. ಇರ್ತದೆ. ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು ಇದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ವಾರ್ತೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಇವ್ರು ಹೋಗೋದು ಸೈಡ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಮತ್ತು ಲಂಚ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಎರಡು ಗಂಟೆ ಒಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ
ಇನ್ನೇನ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ
ಬನ್ನಿ 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ ಹಲೋ Yeah. ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡಂಗಲ್ಲ ಅದ ಬೇರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು
DP ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿದೆ
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಾರಿಗೆ
ಈಗ ನಾವೇ ತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು.
Yeah.